fade. We will rejoice and be glad indeed. Father, I want to thank you for the opportunity to stand before you this afternoon, oh Lord. Father, I want to thank you for the grace to gather, for the privilege to gather unto you. Father, we lift up our leadership workshop into your hands, oh God. We declare in the name of Jesus that lives will be changed in Jesus' name. Father, we declare that every word, every teaching, every information shared today will transform every hearer in the name of Jesus. We ask, Abba Father, you breathe and brood upon everything today, oh God. We say, Abba Father, take to the preeminence, oh God. Let your word come with power. Let every information come with might. Let it come according to how you have taught in the name of Jesus. We declare by reason of this function today, this leadership next level workshop, that lives will be changed to make formidable impact in the world for the kingdom. Lord, we give you to the preeminence, oh God. We commit every speaker, everyone we have invited, oh God, to come and speak to our young people. We declare in the name of Jesus, the Spirit of God will rest mightily upon each and every one of them in the name of Jesus. Father, we remove every rebellious spirit, oh God, that as they speak, oh Lord, you will take absolute preeminence, oh Father, that it will minister to the hearer, even to the speaker as they step in the name of Jesus. Thank you, Abba Father, for a privilege such as this. Lord, let your name be glorified. We open this workshop in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Praise the Lord.
Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to our Youth Empowerment 2025. Hallelujah. Before we get started on the empowerment aspect of today's program, let us, build up our energy a bit with some praise. Hallelujah.
Amen.
Amen. Praise the Lord.
Hallelujah.
Almighty God, my Redeemer, my hiding place, my self-refuge. No other name like Jesus. No power can stand against you. My feet are planted on this rock, and I will not be shaken. My hope, it comes from you, my Lord and my salvation. You fill my heart. call on His name, all things are possible. In Jesus' name, mountains will crumble, crumble, crumble. Chains shall be broken. In Jesus' name, it doesn't matter what you're going through. Doesn't matter how far you fall. God's eyes are always open wide. All you need, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. God's eyes are always open wide. All you need, don't believe that all things are lost when we call on His name. When we call on the Master's name, in Jesus' name, mountains will crumble, every chain shall be broken. Oh, all things, in Jesus' name. If we call on Him, He will answer us. If we run to Him, He will run to us. If we lift our hands, He will lift us up. I'm not praising Him for the things of God. If we call, if we run to Him, He will run. If we lift our hands, oh, sing for joy to God. Oh, sing for joy to God. Our strength, draw near to Him. He's here with us. Give Him your love. He's in love. He will heal our land. He will cleanse our head. If we ran our heart, He will heal our land. Oh, sing for joy. Oh, sing for joy to God. Everybody say, everybody say, everybody say, everybody say, everybody say, for joy to God, our strength. Water turn into wine. Open the eyes of the blind. There is no one like you, Lord. Into the darkness you shine. From out of the ashes we rise. There is no one like you. See, our God is greater. Lord, you are higher than any. Our God is healer, awesome in power. Our God, oh, our God is greater. Lord, you are higher. Our God is healer, awesome in power. Our God is greater. Our God is healer. Our God, our God. Hallelujah. Now unto the Lamb upon the throne, we raise a sound. We raise a sound. For He is God and God alone. Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Before we start, I would just like everyone that's in the back to kind of like move to the front semicircle, please. So we are going to begin today with a little icebreaker, a little game that. So yeah, today we're going to begin with a little icebreaker, just to kind of like, get people comfortable. I want everyone to just kind of sit in the front semicircle, please. So the game that we're playing today is called Green Glass Door, and the agenda of this game, you have to find out the hidden rule. I'm not going to tell you what it is, but I will give you an example for example, in the green glass door, only bees are able to pass through the door. Another example would be trees. Trees are able to pass through the door.
We are the gatekeepers of the green glass door, and grass can pass through the door, but flowers can't. A bee can pass through the door, but a fly can't. The objective is to guess the rule. You can guess the rule by guessing things that can pass through the door and can't, and we will tell you if you're right or wrong. And then if you have the rule, you can put your hands up.
So you have to talk amongst yourself, find out what the hidden rule is.
You can guess words as well.
Yeah. Examples. Those are examples.
Okay, so we are the gatekeepers of the green glass door, and grass can pass through the glass door, but flowers can't. A bee can pass through the glass door, but a flower, what did I say?
Fly.
But a fly can't. A tree can pass through the glass door, but a leaf can't. So what can pass through the glass door?
Figure it out.
Yeah. Any? Nope.
No. Anything I can.
Can or can't. There's one rule that's allowing these things to pass through the glass door and other things not to be able to pass through the glass door. Your objective is to guess the rule by guessing what can and can't pass through the door. Daniela.
No.
Sorry, say it again. Yeah, a tree can pass through the glass door. Any other guesses? Yes,
Yeah.
stuff that can pass through.
But the aim is to find out what the hidden rule is, what the rule is.
And if you have the rule, don't shout it out. I want to give
Give more examples.
everyone.
A deer can pass through the door. A ball can pass through the door.
Okay, Taylor. Can what?
Salt can't pass through the door.
Can't.
Water
No.
cannot pass through the door, sorry.
No.
Nope.
If you think you have the rule, don't guess it yet. We'll give you guys a chance to guess. Yeah, a butterfly can pass through. Can't pass through. A leaf, for example, a flower cannot pass through. Sand, salt, most of the things you guys have guessed are not able to pass through. But Kim guessed a butterfly, and a butterfly can pass through. Mm-hmm.
A ball, yeah.
Mm-hmm. No.
No. I can pass through. No, I can't pass through, but Elizabeth can. Elizabeth can pass through. Yes, she can. She can. I can't. She can.
You can't. You're confusing that.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Me and Elizabeth can both pass through the door. Sorry.
Elizabeth cannot pass
She
through.
can. She can.
Yeah. Don't mind Terry.
Sorry.
Terry can pass through. Elizabeth can't. No. 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 No.
No.
The only person in this room I think that can pass through is Terry. No. 1B can pass through.
Oh, yes.
What do you mean?
Who?
She can pass.
Yeah, she can pass through. She's eligible to pass through.
Mommy B can pass. No. A ball can also pass through. Yes. Grass can pass through.
Grass can. Go on, Desmond. Who?
No. Daniela, go ahead. We said
I think no.
a tree, we said grass, we said bee, we said mommy bee, Kim said butterfly, we said Terry can pass through as well. We said a deer could pass through, a ball can pass through.
No. Lizzie can pass through.
Lizzie can pass
Lizzie
through.
can pass through. Lizzie
Yeah,
can pass through.
Elizabeth can't. Yes? No.
No. Yeah.
Yes. The green glass store.
Yeah.
Yes. Huh? Darren cannot pass through. Huh? No.
Really can't.
Yes. That's actually such a. I'm shocked you guys haven't got it yet. No. Neither of them can pass through. Huh? The green glass store.
Yeah.
Uncle, that's the aim of the game.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you guys are drifting.
Yeah. The rule
We
is
can't tell you the rule. They have to guess the rule. They have to guess the rule by guessing, by finding what all these things have in common.
you guys are trying to guess what can pass through. No.
No.
You guys are trying to guess what can pass through, but you need to find out the rules. Once you find out the rule of what can pass through, you'll be able to find out the words.
And the only way you'll find the rule is by knowing what can pass through.
But don't just throw out random words. Try and speak together and find out what can pass through.
Esther cannot pass
No.
through. Nope. No. A street can pass through, but a road cannot.
Word.
Yeah. No. Sorry, Victor, go ahead. Wait, Victor, put up a sign. No, he can't. Uncle Chika. Victor, go ahead. Sorry, say it again? Can electricity pass through? No.
No.
No, yeah. No,
No.
no. No. No.
No.
Sleep can pass through, but a bed can't. No.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Butter, yeah. Oil can and a fly cannot. A butterfly can. No.
A what? Yes.
No, it can't.
A root. Root.
Oh, root of a tree, yeah. No, I thought you meant root like
Oh.
on the road.
Nah, me and Taylor's with me. Yeah.
Yeah. No,
Pardon?
don't guess the rule yet. What can pass through the door? Can what?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. So the rule was the word has to have a double letter in order to pass through. Uncle, what double letters in Chukuka?
Chukuka.
No, but the double letters have to come together. Yeah. Okay.
Your
Yeah.
prize
Do you still have
is no
time?
prize. You have bragging rights.
Our time
So
is gone.
Daniel's the smartest here. Well done, Daniel.
No, it's not. The letters have to come together. Mommy and also her full name, her first name, Blessing. Mommy B. I said Mommy B. I said Mommy B, not Mom B. People are not listening. That's time up for our icebreaker. Hope you guys enjoyed it.
Am I? Oh, wow. No, Mom. It's not Mommy.
You understand it now? I didn't get the G's the first time actually, so don't blame yourself. Yes. But Chika helped me to get it early as well. He was trying to explain it to me. Okay. This is Youth Empowerment 2025. Can you appreciate yourself? Can you appreciate yourself for coming? Awesome, awesome. You guys have made it. And I know Saturdays are busy. People do a lot of things, but sometimes it's good to bring out time for yourself. You know, we take care of every part of ourselves, but this part of ourselves is very important to keep learning. Okay. So you all are welcome. On behalf of TREM Community Outreach, I want to warmly welcome every single one of you to Youth Empowerment 2025. Today is the day we have been waiting for, okay? We have been waiting for today. It's a day of learning, like I said, a day of inspiration, a day of connection and transformation. So today I just want you to relax because like I sent a text, I said it is all packed. So like we know the theme for this year's empowerment is what? Who can tell me what it is? No? Youth empowerment. Next level mindset. Next level mindset. What are you going to do from here after today? Well, your mindset, everything has to change. There is a mindset for the next level. You don't just go to the next level with the same mindset you have now or yesterday. So it's going to change today. So it's just more than a slogan. It's not, oh, next level, we just say it. No, it's more than a slogan. It's more than a slogan. I keep saying it. It is a call. It's a call for every young person here to rise higher. We want you to think higher. In this place, it will look as if, oh, they are pushing you guys. No, you're not being pushed. You're being encouraged. You're being encouraged to think higher. Don't limit yourself. In this place, in this church, we are limits. There's no limit. There's no stopping you. So we want you to think higher, bigger, and step boldly into the future God has designed for you. Today's event has been specially put together with you, every one of you in mind. Even people that couldn't make it. This event was put together for them. We are all honored to have, we are honored to, he's not yet here. I believe he's going to be here soon. The guards, they're coming. He's coming or they, I don't know how many coming. They'll be speaking on safety awareness. We know a lot of things are happening in our generation now, and they are well informed. So they want to inform us as well, because if you're not informed, you'll be deformed. So it's very important topic for us young people, especially in our today's world. So we're excited to have them. And there's another person we are expecting to be here. The person is coming from Bank of Ireland. He's going to talk about financial wisdom and money matters, teaching us how to manage, protect, and grow our finance from our young age. Honestly, most of you have started making money now. So let your money not be, oh, I make money, I buy this, I make money, I buy that. No, you're going to know how to manage your money at this age, and it will help you going forward. And we also have our own in the house, our beloved brother, Bro Terry. He will be sharing about his business journey, a practical and inspirational section for everyone who desires to build, create, or become an entrepreneur. In between all these sections, like what we've just had, the first one now, we had game. This is just like an icebreaker, and we're going to have games as well, interactions and activities, because learning should also be fun. Okay, and to crown it all this evening, we'll have our senior pastor. We'll be hearing from our senior pastor, Reverend Chuka Ogekwe, who will be teaching us on today's theme, next level mindset. So I want to tell everybody, get ready, because that section will shift your thinking, open your understanding, and push you into a higher dimension of purpose. Young people, today is not just another program. Don't see it as another event. It is an investment. See that you're investing into your future. It is an investment into your future. So I encourage you, open your heart. Engage fully, please. Let everyone engage. And I won't fail to appreciate our leaders in the house. Elder, thank you so much for coming. You've made my day just being here. I'm sure that today is done. Hallelujah. And our brother, Bro Patrick, thank you for coming. Our mommy, always here with us. Sister Vivian, God bless you. And Deaconess Esther, God bless you all. And our beloved brother, Brother Ugo, our uncle in the house. Thank you for coming as well. And every other person, Bro Chika in the house. Let's appreciate them now, because they would have said, let them be in their house. It's youth stuff. Let them go and do their youth stuff. No. But we just want to be your backbone. They are here to let you know that they are in support of everything you are doing today. So we appreciate you for coming. God bless you. And I know that other leaders are still coming and people are still coming. But in TREM, we don't wait for people. We move. Okay. So I encourage you, open your heart, engage fully. Please engage. When they ask, time for question, ask question. If you want to write it, write it. Just engage. Don't just say, I'm just here. You keep your mouth shut. No, please open your heart. Engage fully, participate, ask questions, learn, and connect, please. Because the mindset you build today will determine the future you step into tomorrow. Your mindset is very important. People make a lot of mistakes because of the mindset. It's not that they want to make mistake, but it's because of how they think, their kind of mindset. That's why a lot of us make mistakes. But today is shifting for the better. Once again, you are all welcome to Youth Empowerment. Thank you for being here, and let's get ready for a powerful experience. Once again, welcome and God bless.
Hello guys, I'm back to give a talk now on Divine Earnings, the company that I've been building for like past 10, 11 months, kind of. Yeah, I'm here today to kind of like share my story, what the journey has been so far, the ups and downs, dark days and the bright days. But anyways, let's begin. So yeah, I grew up without much financial literacy. When I was younger, I was never really taught to kind of like think smart or allow my money to work for me. I was always just told, go get a degree, go get a job, work a 9 to 5 somewhere for someone. And that was kind of like what was kind of put around me. That was kind of what was put in front of me. I wasn't really an analytic person growing up. I didn't really have any like skills I could have like monetized. So my goal was always kind of like work for some company. I remember when I was younger, my goal was to kind of work for Google, and I had an internship when I went to Dublin, but I was denied. Thank God. But yeah, I've worked many jobs. I think I first started working when I was about maybe 15 or 16. I started as a waiter, then a cleaner, then a kitchen porter. I was a gardener for a bit, construction worker. I did practically any job you can kind of think of, and after a while, I got tired of it. I got tired of working basically. Because it didn't make sense. I remember one day I got my first paycheck, and I was like, okay, if I work like this for, I think it was like 10 more years back to back, I'll be able to kind of put a down payment on a house or a down payment for a car, like a luxury car that I wanted. And just that thought of selling myself, selling my time to make money really kind of like struck me. And I was like, this is not what I want for my life. But when I was younger, I didn't really think outside the box. I didn't try and start planning a business. I didn't try start building a skill. It wasn't until I reached late teenage years, early adulthood in TREM, where I realized that it's time to start building. And I wish I started building from a very young age, like you guys, all of you. But I thank God that I started building when I did, because there's no time frame on success. There's no time frame on achieving your goals. You don't need to compare yourself to anybody in this life. You are here, you're placed here on earth, and you are the only person that can see your assignment. You're the only person that can do what is necessary for you to succeed. So what other people are doing shouldn't be relevant to how you operate your life. So the skill that I kind of like started in making money outside of my professional, outside of my profession and outside of my education was trading. That's a skill I kind of just picked up. I first found out about it, or I first looked at it anyway during COVID, which was the best time for anybody to develop a skill in your house. But for some reason, because I was still in my leaving cert, I was still trying to focus on my exams, pass my leaving cert, getting the points I wanted for my course. I looked at it and I was like, okay, I'm going to come back to this once I get into college or once I graduated. So that's kind of an obstacle that I had to overcome, because at that time I didn't want to distract myself, but really and truly I think it was laziness, because what else am I doing during COVID? I'm actually not going to school. I had Zoom classes or Teams, so I really could have juggled it if I really wanted to. But after a couple of years, once I got into college, that's when I started looking at investing. I started looking at ways to make my money work for me. I was working, paying rent. I was getting a little bit of Susie, so I had some sort of income, which kind of helped me keep afloat while I was in college. And the money that I had to the side, the money that I was saving, the money that didn't go towards my rent or feeding, I was able to kind of invest it in some cryptocurrency, some stocks, and yeah, that was actually kind of it. Cryptocurrencies and stocks. And I made a big investment in one cryptocurrency, and that's where most of my profits came from. And that's when I realized, yeah, there's something bigger here, because from just doing a couple of hours of research in my bedroom, I was able to 10 or 20x what I put into that cryptocurrency. And that cryptocurrency allowed me to buy my first car, go on a fully covered trip to Italy, and still have change left over. So I was really thankful for that experience. And that couldn't have happened if I wasn't researching, if I wasn't trying to find ways to make my money work for me. After that whole period, after I was investing in cryptocurrencies and stocks, that's when I kind of like looked into trading, which is a different skill. It's still in the same like bracket of investing, but trading is more fast-paced. It's basically fast-paced investments, something that you can do in a day, like make profits from in a day, depending on your trading style. I did that. I studied that for a couple of months while I was in my like final year of college, and I introduced some of my friends to it, being Raniel and Enoch. So we formed a support group, kind of like just a click for us to kind of like bounce ideas off, share what we learned, share our experiences, because for when you're learning anything, it's good to have a support system. It's good to have people that can keep you accountable, people that can keep you on the right path. So we were learning together, building together. We were doing that for months. We were trying to clock in our 10,000 hours as soon as possible, because there's a saying that says once you do something for 10,000 hours, you become a master at it. So that was what our goal was. So after about a year and a half of studying back to back every day and night, spending hours on the charts, watching videos, revising, we decided to kind of start something called Divine Earnings, where we will be able to share our knowledge with people. And Divine Earnings it was just started as a small thing, just for us to kind of like teach our community, teach people around us. But then we realized that it can be something bigger. And it has now grown today into a mini startup that we are working on. We have had conversations with many investment bodies concerning our project. Oh, and the project that we started working on is our AI trading bot. When we first started Divine Earnings, it wasn't something that we even thought about. We just thought about sharing our knowledge, but somehow God placed the wisdom on us to develop this AI trading bot. And I had the experience of building through my course in college, computer science, and through my diploma in cybersecurity as well. So I was very familiar with kind of working with structures and building apps and stuff like that. But I never had a reason to kind of apply myself until Divine Earnings kind of started in my life. So with my knowledge that I already required through my journey in life, through college, I was able to start building the product, building the product. I built our website for the company as well. And through that, we started getting recognition from investment bodies, Enterprise Ireland, Dormant Fund, a couple of things that would kind of help us grow, a couple of things that would help us reach that next level that we wanted to reach. We're still in that stage right now. We're still having conversations with some investment programs, waiting for their response to hear back from them, because once they accept our product, once they accept what we're building, they will then fund us to kind of go out and kind of build the product more and launch it. So that's our goal anyway for the next year, 2026. That's the next level that we want to reach. By this time next year, we would have already launched the product and would have had paying users by now. But all these things couldn't have been achieved if I didn't decide to take a step back from life, if I didn't decide to go against the grain. Because nowadays, there's a lot of, even when I was growing up, when I was younger, there was a lot of things that kind of just made you go with society, go with what was happening around you. Oh, this is the next trend, let me hop on that. Or this is the next trend, let me hop on that. But you should be able to take a step back and step outside of the flow, outside of the normal flow of things, and create your own flow, create your own path. And that's what I decided to do. And I believe every one of us here are able to do the same thing, because we all have our own individual talents. We all have our own individual skills, be it music, dance, poetry, anything that you're into, anything that you feel like you can do for hours on end without getting tired or without it feeling like a chore. I feel like that's what you should tap into, because that's where your passion lies. Once you tap into that passion, don't be thinking about, okay, how can I monetize this passion? Do it just because you love doing it. Let people see your passion. Let people recognize what you're doing and see that like what you're doing is good, basically. Because we have social media. Everybody uses social media, and it's just used to watch people. If you actually deep the concept of social media is just to watch people. You're watching your friends, you're watching your family, you're watching celebrities, you're watching people around you. But why can't you be that person that people watch? Because there's nothing stopping you. Like each one of us, we go on our For You page, we'll scroll, we see something, we like it. But we all have our own talents that we can actually showcase, that we can publish, that we can let people see. And it just takes, that's why there's little competition. There's little competition. So that's why once you start tapping into your passion, once you start advertising, once you start putting yourself out there, you'll realize that it's so much easier to succeed than like taking a step back and watch. But the biggest thing is deciding to get to that next level. The biggest thing is deciding to take that first step. It might seem daunting at first. You might seem shy. You might think, okay, I'm not good enough to post myself. I'm not good enough to present my talent, or my talent is not where it needs to be. But to get to that next level, you need to step out of your comfort zone. You need to make yourself feel uncomfortable for you to reach that next level. And I feel like that's the one thing each one of us should consider doing this coming year. Because to get to that next level, you need to be uncomfortable. So if you feel like you're comfortable right now, if you feel like your day-to-day life doesn't make your skin crawl, or doesn't excite you in somewhere, doesn't bring out a new side of yourself, then I feel like you're comfortable and you need to do something that kind of breaks you out of that. Because that's the only way true growth can actually happen. And the way true growth can happen as well, by stepping outside your comfort zone, and also matters with the people you spend your time with as well. Because if you spend time with bums, if you spend time with people that aren't trying to elevate themselves, spend time with people that are not trying to get to that next level in life, you're going to feel like, oh, all my friends are here, so I guess I'm doing all right because everyone's on the same level as me. But that's not what you should be looking for. Your friend group should be able to pull you aside and listen. Hey, what are you doing? You should be doing this. You should be doing this. I see this talent in you. You should do this. They should be pushing you. Your friend group is there for you to relax, but it's also there for you to grow. And if you have people pulling you back, I would advise you to start distancing yourself from those people, because by the time you realize it, that friend group that you were once a part of, you will start despising them. You'll start resenting them because there wasn't a good mindset. There wasn't a good foundation set. So if it's a thing where you need to exclude yourself from the friend group, exclude yourself from like social gatherings or things that doesn't help your purpose, things that doesn't help you elevate, it's a necessity, because that's the only way growth can happen. And you might feel uncomfortable, you might feel shy, you might feel intimidated even, but these are things that need to happen for your growth. These are things that need to happen for that next level. So anyways, back to divine earnings. At the moment right now anyway, we're still building, we're sharing our results on LinkedIn. We're just being consistent. We're trying to be consistent, trying to post every day, because true consistency is only when you'll be able to get recognized. There are three things that we have to say that, well, we say in church anyway, the 3 Ds is you come to TREM to discover your talent, to develop it, and to deploy it. And if you aren't actively doing these things, then you need to take a step back, take some self-reflection, and really analyze where your life is going and what path you're trying to be on. And these things, they've been said in TREM for as long as I can remember. The 3 Ds, delayed gratification, the 3 Cs, all these things, all these concepts have been ingrained in us. But it just takes us to kind of realize what we're being given, the opportunity that we have in this house to kind of take grasp on it, because we can always come here every day, tell you the same thing day in and day out. But until you decide by yourself to take that step to the next level, these concepts won't work for you. And yeah, I would just implore you guys to consider taking that step to the next level, consider taking that step into uncomfortability to get success. And yeah, it'll be a difficult journey, but at the end of the day, it'll be worth it. And yeah, that's all I have to say. Oh, yeah, anybody has questions about anything I've said? No? I kind of pretty much know kind of everyone here. I believe I know each one of you and the gifts that you possess. And I will just say here that I feel like we are not doing, even myself, we're not doing enough. we're not doing enough to project our talents, we're not doing enough to advertise ourselves. We should break that spirit of shyness, that spirit of not feeling good enough, not feeling, or feeling like, or even not feeling enough. It might be a thing of perfectionism, because I remember I always wanted to go on TikTok and play guitar and just jam out what I do in my room, just record it or go live. And I always told myself growing up, like, okay, I'm not good enough yet to post, or my playing is not that perfect for me to post yet. And I wish I did it. I still have the time to do it, so I hope I can do that next year. But each one of us have that same skill. If it's music, poetry, dance, even if it's gaming, like social media it can be a distraction, but it can also be a tool to elevate yourself, to get yourself to that next level if you use it correctly. So just consider all the things you do on a day-to-day basis, and think of ways where you can take it to the next level. Basically, your gaming, your poetry, your music production, your sound engineering, anything that it is. Just think of ways that you can bring it from here to the next level, and you'll see success, you'll see growth. Don't really have anything much to say. Anyone else wants to add anything or ask any questions? Any questions on like building, or any questions of trying to get to that next level? Sure. Mm-hmm.
You spoke a lot about your story, which is really interesting, but with like just generally, when you're doing something new, there are challenges you'll face, and sometimes you'll start it and it won't work, and then you have to start again and it won't work. So how did you, because that can be really mentally taxing. So how did you overcome these challenges? And
is that for building divine earnings or trading?
Anyone, just
Okay.
generally.
I'll say for trading, because there are a lot of challenges when I started to learn how to trade. There's been loads of times where I thought, okay, I'm ready to kind of start investing properly. I'm ready to start using my own capital, and the market will humble me. But it's it's important to just remain consistent. It's important to show up every day, like despite your faults, despite your failures. It's important to kind of like just stand your ground. And if you know what your goal is, if you know where your passion lies, I don't think anything should stop you. Like, you fall 10,000 times, you get up 10,000 times. That's just the way it should be. And I've kind of tried. I've tried to adopt that mindset to kind of keep me going, because like at the end of the day, your failures, if you decide to stop when you fail, that's when you're failure. That's when you actually become a failure. But just because something doesn't go right today doesn't mean it doesn't work for you. The next time you try it, it still might not work. But that 10th time, that 11th time, the 20th time, it might work for you. So that's kind of the mindset I've tried to adopt, that just because you fail at something today doesn't mean you're going to fail at it tomorrow. And as long as you remain consistent, you always have a chance of succeeding.
Okay, what of that one is the trading. What of the product you guys are building? Did you encounter challenges, and are you still encountering challenges?
Yeah, we did encounter some challenges. We started building the product in, let me say, February or March, and by August or September, that's when we decided to kind of like launch it out to the public and let people see what we were doing. And because we thought we were ready, we spent all that time building the product. So we were like, yeah, the product is ready for the public to see. But it was only when we launched publicly to start posting our results on LinkedIn, that's when we realized there was a lot of flaws. And each day every day we'd run the product for the market, and depending on the outcome, even if it's good or bad, we'll still post for people to see. And we were realizing the flaws every day going along, and all the flaws that we identified, we fixed. And that's how we kind of like got to where we are right now, where we know what is wrong with the product, we know things that need to be fixed, and that's what we're working on at the moment. And that's why we're still applying for investor programs, because we hope to get funding for them to support us, to get us new hardware, new software to kind of help us build. So that's kind of where we are right now as well.
Well done, Terry. Sometimes when we look at young people, we think we know them so well, and they grow before our eyes, and we have to be very careful, really, to see the extent of their growth, and we applaud you for what you're doing. With regards to your network, how do you create your network? Because your network is your net worth. So how are you working on that?
That is one thing I will say that I actually lack. I only started trying to post on LinkedIn this year when I started Divine Earnings. I never really focused on building my network because I just thought I can do it by myself. That was kind of my mindset. That's been my mindset for my whole life. I was like, if I have the skills to do it, I can do it by myself. But no man is an island. You need people around you. You need a team. You need, not even a team, you just need people around you to have connections, because you never know where you can be tomorrow. You never know where you're going to be. So at the moment, I don't do anything. I won't say I do anything actively. I post on LinkedIn. I try and connect with people. I joined some events, virtual events online with like-minded individuals. But as far as that, that's kind of it. There's no really like events in Galway or Ireland that we can use for networking. So that's it for me anyway. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, Terry. With regard to the network, we thank God that we do have network. So we start working on the networking, because that is where growth visibility comes. And we thank God too for a presence of a Bank of Ireland representative here that has been added to our net worth. So we'd like to introduce Matthew Graham. Please, he works with Bank of Ireland. Welcome, Matthew.
I'm really hoping my slides work. I think I have to turn it on first. Oh, thank you so much. That's such a relief. Folks, thank you so much for having me today here at your really beautiful place of worship. I only caught the end of that gentleman's speech, but really inspirational stuff. I love that idea that, you've knocked down 10,000 times, you have to get up 10,000, and one time is probably, that's the way you go. My name is Matt. Really delighted to be here today. Just to talk a little bit about finance. So delighted for Esther to invite me back again. We were here at the event last year, Lift in Gaway, and I'm not going to go into the long grass in terms of finance. I'm not here to sell you any products. I am from Bank of Ireland. I am branded Bank of Ireland. In fairness, they do pay me once a month. Tends to, if they don't, there's trouble. But I want to talk to you a little bit about a kind of a universal concept. You don't have to be banked with Bank of Ireland to get some good from the talk here today. So just talk about this concept of financial well-being, financial health. It's part of everyone's life. The way I'd always position it is, when we talk about financial well-being, we're talking about a part of your overall well-being. I think it's really, really important to recognize that. We've gotten used to talking about well-being. This word well-being has been moved around a lot over these last few years, but usually when people talk about well-being, most people start thinking of, say, physical well-being, or over the last sort of decade or two, we've talked a little bit more about mental well-being. And these are really, really important. It's important to talk about your physical well-being. Your health is your wealth, as well as your network is your net worth. I love that. And of course, we've realized, mental well-being is an important aspect to life as well. We've always had, the human mind, but it's only in the last, as I say, decade or two that we've really developed conversations in this space. We've developed the language to be able to talk in this space. And nowadays, we're just a lot quicker to talk about physical well-being, mental well-being, these different areas of well-being. But one of these areas is financial well-being. And we're actually a little bit slow to talk about finances. There's still a lot of taboos in place around finances. Sometimes we call it the F word in the Bank of Ireland because we think we're really, really funny. We're not. We're a 240-something-year-old financial institution, so comedy is not exactly in our wheelhouse. But this idea of the F word, I think, is important. There's an F word out there in everyone's life. It's called finances. It doesn't look after itself. You have to put some work in to ensure that things are going right for you in terms of your finances, and you have to ensure that you know what's going on so that if there's better choices to make, that you'll be there to make them, So really encourage people to think of finances as a part of your overall well-being. We're talking about mental well-being, we're talking about physical well-being. Also think about your financial well-being as well. We're proud to say, as Bank of Ireland, we're a founding signatory to the United Nations Principles for Responsible Banking. So the United Nations, fairly big outfit that I'm sure most of us have heard about at this point. They have recognized that finance is a really important part of people's lives. But actually around the world, there's not many official institutions that are trying to educate people in terms of finances. Some good news in this space. Our own state Department of Education has just this year decided, actually, we need to start talking to students in school about finances. So there's something coming down the road there, which is good for the future. But at the moment, you can go through primary, secondary, third level if you get there, and no one ever talks to you about finances. You might come out of school learning how to speak French, which is great, and you might use French in your life, good, or you might come out of school learning how to do some maths, which is good. You might use it, you might not, but I can guarantee you coming out of school, you're going to need to learn how to use money. It's crazy that we're not teaching kids how to handle money, how to handle a budget, how to use their own personal finances for their own selves. So we're really proud to say that we're here to empower people with knowledge and skills to make the most of their finances, to help people be in control of their everyday spending, have a plan for the future, and build resilience so that if there's an unexpected expense or a major life event, we have some ability to meet it. And we want to leave no one behind on the journey to financial health. So that is, if you like, our official commitment as an institution, should we say, to the nation in terms of financial well-being. So it's quite big picture. But for the individual, if you're thinking, well, what does that mean? What does financial well-being look like for me? It is up to you to decide ultimately what financial health looks like in your life. But broadly speaking, for most of us, when we're talking about financial health, we're talking about controlling your everyday spending, planning for your future, and building that resilience into your financial picture. And another way we often just talk about this concept or this definition is this three-part concept of the everyday, the rainy day, and the someday. You want to be financially well, you have to get your everyday sorted. You have to know what the bank balance is, what bills are due, what's my spending like, can I be better there? Do I actually know what my triggers are in terms of my spending? How good am I, with online shopping? We're all great at online shopping, but how good are we really, right? It always gets a laugh because we're all the same. Real message here, though, is we don't stop there. Most of us, you challenge someone to do something for their financial well-being, most of us will turn towards that every day. And, that you feel it, the sort of finances you feel, we say visceral, because I feel my bank balance. When I open up my app, it's almost like it's a physical feeling when I see that number. But we also have to think about the rainy day. How are we covered in case of an unexpected expense? Like, what happens if we walk out the door someday to go to work and there's a flat tire? Or we come home one day from work and the boiler's gone? And unfortunately, I hate saying this, but unfortunately, that's a fact of life. There will be unexpected expenses in your future. Never try to land on one person when I'm saying that, because it's actually true for all of us. We're going to have unexpected expenses in the future. It's a fact of life. The road ahead of you, there will be bumps in it. What we want to do is make that as smooth as possible. I have a little slide on that before we go. But lastly, in terms of our three equally important days here, the someday and planning for your future. Maybe the trickiest one to actually convince people to go and do something on, because the first two are quite real world. You can think of numbers in terms of bank balance, and I can think of numbers in terms of maybe a rainy day fund and that. But your someday is so important. Thinking about your future, thinking about, this one life. What do I want to get out of it? What do I want to do? And if any of those goals and ambitions you have for your future are related to finances, well, the good news is you can put a plan in place to help ensure that you have the best chance of reaching those goals. And when I think about goals and related to finances that people often have for their futures, it's things like, I want a nice Christmas this year. I want to get a few presents for family, or I want to go on holiday next year or the year after maybe, or I want to get a car or upgrade I'm in the boat of needing to upgrade my car. I have a 05 Golf out there. There's no hubcaps on it. There's no cover on the petrol cap. It is falling apart, but it still goes from A to B and to C on the weekend. So I'm just slow to get a new car at the moment, and it won't be new. But these goals, a house, getting on the property ladder, retiring someday, putting kids through college. All these are expenses in life, and they're goals for life as well. But they're related to finances, so we can put plans in place to ensure that we have the best opportunity to reach those goals if they're related to finance. But also just really encourage people, do not fall into the trap of being a payday to payday person. That was me for a long time. For a long time, I took life one payday at a time. Payday hit, there's a feeling of, Matt, well done, you've made it, boy. Your job now is to make it to next payday. And about 10 years at the start of my working life, that's the way I stepped through life. One payday at a time, one payday after the next. A lot of people are in that mode. And it's not that things are automatically, catastrophic if you're a payday to payday person. But it will likely mean that you'll fail to truly thrive. And the things that you want for your future, when it comes to time that, where is this new car, or where is this retirement, they may not be there for you because you're a payday to payday person. You weren't thinking about and planning for your future. Unfortunately, no one else is doing that in the background for you. Mum or dad maybe for the first few years, but very quickly we learn where we have to decide what we want to get out of this life. So always encourage people, think about the someday and think about what you want out of your future. We all know that money is important. We do say things like money is not the most important thing in life, and that is true. That is true. There are a lot of things in life more important than money. But I often play a game on side. I won't subject you to it today, but I often play a game where we go, okay, let's list the things more important than money, and people have the good stuff. Family, right? Friends, your own health is your wealth, all these good things. But very quickly, we run out of things to say. And often after kind of 7 to 10 things, people are kind of looking at the ground, anything else more important than money? And people have to kind of admit, okay, money's up there. It's not the most important thing in life. but it's one of the most important things in life. It's probably in your top 10, if not your top 20, you know, and we should just be able to admit that. It is an important aspect of life. And actually, most people are in the same boat here. So we use a company called Red Sea Polling Company, kind of an Irish polling company. You often hear them on the radio and that. And we ask lots of questions of the nation. And one of the things we ask people is, like, what are you concerned about? How do you feel in terms of your finances? So some of the data that I'm just sharing with you here now, about half of people, it's actually 49% of people, say that when it comes to thinking about their financial situation, it causes them anxiety. Fully half of people. Like, that's scary when you think about it. You know, every second person you see in the street is worried about their finances. About a third of people feel like they have no control over their financial situation. Again, a huge chunk of people, a huge chunk of the population. How many of those people could get control? They just haven't decided to put their hands in the wheel yet, you know. About a third of people as well feel like the financial situation is making their mental health worse. Talked about those different areas of well-being there at the beginning. Finances has a significant impact on your mental health. If you're ever worried about money, I don't need to tell you that. If you're ever worried about money, you know how it can cause sleepless nights, you know, the sort of stress that it can cause in your life. And then lastly, about a third of people, or about a quarter of people, I should say, feel like their financial situation is making their physical health worse. I said at the start, your health is your wealth, you know, so if your financial situation is having a negative effect on your physical health, time for a change, you know, time to see what we can do. So it's just important to know, if you ever feel like, God, what's wrong with me? Why can't I get better at my spending? Why can't I save as much as my neighbour? Why does my neighbour always have a nicer car than me? All that sort of stuff. Just know you're never alone if you're worried about finances. You're never alone if you're stressed about finances or thinking that you could do better in terms of your finances. Most people are in the same boat. So what do we do? Well, the good news in terms of financial well-being, it's not actually about amounts. It's not about what your bank balance is. It's about what you're doing with the money that's in your life. And it's a universal concept. It's for everyone. No matter what money is coming into your life, financial well-being is a part of your life. And I spend my days, talking across these 7 areas. Spending, saving, borrowing, planning, investing, protecting, and increasingly over the last few years, fraud awareness, which has become just a part of everyone's life. I'm not going to go through the whole rigmarole with you today. Maybe we'll come back another day and do it again, but I am going to talk through those top 3 there. Spending, saving, and borrowing. These are important to get right. Even if you don't do the other stuff, you will be doing these 3 likely. So let's have a look at these. I'm going to take spending on first, right? This is real high level stuff, but just to get you an idea as to where to maybe begin in terms of your finances. Thing with spending is, it's not by itself a negative thing. You often hear it compared against saving. I grew up with this idea, are you a spender or are you a saver? Are you a spender or a saver? That's nonsense, really. You need to be both. You need to be spending money and saving money. Spending is something you will be doing. You know, there's no one out there who's not spending money. It's just a part of life. You have to spend money. And it's getting easier. We've brought, obviously, online shopping into our lives over the last couple of decades. That's not going anywhere. Every year, more and more of us transition to online shopping. We're getting better and better. We can do our groceries online shopping now as well, which seems still to me very futuristic, that there's a Tesco van going around or an Aldi van or whatever. Or there's no Aldi vans yet. Super Value have a van, and Dunn's, I think, have a van as well. And we've got contactless now in our lives as well. Again, making it easier to spend money. These are not by themselves negatives. It's just worth calling out that the easier we make it to spend money, the further we remove ourselves from the physicality of our money and maybe even the reality of our money. Forever, for all of human history, as long as we had money, I should say, for all of financial history, money was something you had with you. It actually made a noise as you walked around. It was wrapped up in probably a bit of leather or a dead pig ear or something like this, you know. So it was a real tangible, physical thing in your life. And even up to like my generation, you went to an ATM, you took out money, you went to a shop, you handed it across to someone, they handed it back to you. There was all this time to actually, even subconsciously, be knowing and understanding what was going on here. Is this a need? Is this a want? Am I getting value out of this spending or not? Now we're tapping our cards, we're clicking things into the cart online. It's just that little bit too easy. It's very convenient. I'm not saying we shouldn't do it. All I'm saying is calling out how easy it is, and maybe it's time that we really ensure that our hands are on the wheel in terms of our spending. And what we call people to do is plan spending. There's another word for this, we might call it the B word, budgeting. People don't like the word budgeting. We've got strong sentiments against budgeting in this country. Every time we do our polls and our market research, people do not like certain words. Budgeting, pension is another one. Inflation, obviously, is what people hate. Budgeting is important. All it is putting a plan around this activity that you're going to be doing anyway, which is spending. It's about understanding, what do I have coming in every month? What do I think I'm going to have going out this month? Or you can do it bi-weekly, fortnightly, or weekly even as well. But it's a great opportunity to actually see what's important in life, because we're all spending our money, but budgeting gives you an opportunity to actually see, okay, here's my spending from an overhead view or a bird's eye view. Is all of this important? Or is there course corrections? Is there better choices I could be making here? Budgeting is wonderful for that. It's very hard to make these choices when we're out and about, you know, spending our money, walking up and down the aisle in Tesco or Aldi, wherever we are. And it's all about tracking your spending, which is this thing, as I say, you're going to be doing anyway. You know, between paydays, month in, month out, week in, week out, you're going to be spending your money. Do you really know you're getting good value from it? That's just the question that needs to be asked. And that's what budgeting helps you answer. Really good news here, there's more than one way to budget. There's actually dozens of different ways to budget. So if you find, actually, Matt, I've tried budgeting before, it wasn't really for me, I'd really encourage you to try a different form of budgeting. There's loads of different forms out there. If you Google budgeting, you'll come up with, as I say, a few dozen different hits. I've a few up on the board here. Zero-based budgeting, pay yourself first. Incremental budgeting, the envelope, cash stuffing method. There's reverse budgeting, which is kind of focused on a savings approach first. And there's 50-30-20. So I just want to talk through two with you today, very briefly. 50-30-20, right? So this is a very simple but powerful way to even just begin managing your finances. The idea here is that you'd seek to split your income into 50% needs, 30% wants, and 20% savings. So very, very simple, kind of a rule of thumb. Not for everyone. Many people will say, well, my ratio won't be that. I'll never have 50% needs, 30% wants, and 20% savings. And maybe it'll be a different ratio in your life. That's okay. But to start here in understanding that when it comes to my income, I'm going to have needs, I'm going to have wants, and I should have savings. That's a really powerful place to begin. We're all in the same boat there. Needs is going to be the biggest section for most of us. Things that we cannot get by without, that's a need. Mortgage or rent payment, fuel for the car, food for the fridge, money for the ESB man, and so on. These are important things to get paid. High priority, we call them needs, we keep them together. Really important life lesson there. And that needs are separate to wants. And actually, it's okay to get the things that you want. It's a bad thing to say to people, cut out all the wants. That's the wrong message. You're setting people up to fail if you try to encourage them to have no wants in their lives. You should have a healthy wants section. It's probably going to be the next biggest section after needs. It's okay to have wants. It's just that wants are things that we could get by without. We'd just rather not. And if push came to shove and we needed to cut back somewhere, it's the wants section we'd look in before we'd look in needs. So wants are things like the cup of coffee, famously, is always a famous want. But also the Friday takeaway, which I'm fairly guilty of myself. The going out with friends, going on holidays. I'm not saying you shouldn't get these. I'm saying you should get these things. Just recognize them as wants. And then lastly, a third section for saving. Always remember that saving section. Anytime we have money coming into our lives, we try to put some of it aside. Saving is a habit. The more we do it, the more we're likely to do it. I'm going to talk about saving in a couple of slides. Just to talk about zero-based budgeting, just another form of budgeting you might want to check out. I love this myself. I think of all the different forms of budgeting, it's the most powerful to make you accountable for the limited income that you have. Everybody on this earth has a limited income. Some of us have different limits than others. Myself and Jeff Bezos have a limited income. His is just different than mine. That's the way I always put it. But zero-based budgeting is about really deciding, where is my money going? So the idea behind zero-based budgeting is when you get your income, you decide then, where is this all going? You don't leave anything up to chance. You're deciding and putting a label on every single euro, every single cent going out. You're deciding, where is that going? Is that to electrical bill? Is that towards my Friday takeaway? Is that for my going out fund this weekend? Whatever it happens to be, you're deciding with zero-based budgeting until you've reached that zero balance, until you've decided it all. Sounds so simple, but there's no more powerful way, in my opinion, that I've discovered to make you accountable and to really put you in the driver's seat in terms of your spending. Because nothing is left to chance here. I've decided on everything. I'm in the driver's seat. I'm deciding where my money is going in terms of zero-based budgeting. What's less important than the form of budgeting, though, that you choose is that you would choose to budget, that you decide that in my life, I'm going to get best value out of this activity spending that I know I'm going to be doing anyway. I'm going to talk a little about saving, and then I'll cover off borrowing with you as well. I think saving is really, really crucial. Any well-being journey, be it physical, mental, whatever well-being journey you're going, you're going to need something to motivate you. Motivation is what ensures that we stay on track, that we stay the course, that we'll get to where we want to go. And finances is no different. If you want to do better in terms of your finances, you do need something that's going to motivate you on this journey to ensure that you don't fall off after a few months. Like New Year's resolutions. Great at making them, right? And January, I'm all for this. Come February, nah, maybe not so much. I'll go to the gym tomorrow. Come March, I shouldn't have even joined that gym. This is the way we go often. We have good intentions, but we don't always make it to the great results. And sometimes it's just motivation that's missing. I think saving can really be that for your financial health. Saving is the opportunity to see an account rise. Hard feeling to beat. Spending that we just discussed is always an account going down. Even when it's done really well, even when you're getting best value from your spending, it's always an account dropping in balance. It's just hard to be motivated by that. Saving is an account growing. That motivation it's just hard to replace. I'd always encourage people to save towards something. You're not just saving, you're saving for something. I'm not saving, I'm saving for Christmas, saving for holiday, saving for a car, saving for a house. That's the way to save. Understand the goal and save towards that. One of the most important, maybe the most important thing I've ever said to all the thousands of people and the hundreds of events I've been to is have more than one saving account. If you remember nothing else from today, please have more than one saving account. Everyone not everyone, but a lot of people up in this country are trying to do all their saving into just one account. It's mad. because you have different goals there mixed up together. It's too easy to dip in and out of that sort of saving. It's too easy to think I'm just saving and not realize what you're saving for. Highly encourage you to have more than one saving account. They're free. You don't get charged for saving accounts. And I've checked around. We don't charge. Others don't charge either. Credit unions, post offices, other banks. They're free. You can have your current account. When you open your app, you see your current account, and if you want, you can see several saving accounts show up then. Instead of just one. And I think it's a great way to save. And it's a small thing to do, but in your app, you can rename those saving accounts. And it seems like, okay, that's a good little tip, but it's such a powerful thing to do that when I open my app, I'm not just seeing demand deposit account. I'm seeing Christmas 2025, holiday 2026, new car, new house, whatever it is that you're saving towards. To see that and to see yourself moving towards that motivation piece, as I say, difficult to replace. Again, saving is always for something. You're going on a journey. Just one word of caution, if you're opening up saving accounts, just to recognize there's different accounts for different sort of saving journeys. So sometimes it's a short-term saving journey, there's short-term saving accounts, which would be the wrong account if you're going on a long-term saving journey. So just if you're thinking, I remember some guy, Mark or Martin or Matt or something from the bank said I should have more than one account, don't just open up, 7 demand deposit accounts. Maybe chat to ourselves in Bank of Ireland or AIB or post office or credit union, whoever you're going to, just ask them, I'm thinking of opening accounts for this, that and the other goal. What might be the best accounts in those situations? And they'll give you best advice. Just to touch on the rainy day that we touched on in the beginning, something to save towards is that buffer, that cushion in your life, that rainy day fund, emergency fund. There's lots of different names for it, but it's the same thing really. It's there for when those unexpected expenses crop up. I didn't say if, when those unexpected expenses crop up. They're going to be in your future. That's just a fact. A healthy rainy day fund ultimately would look like several months worth of your monthly salary, or monthly expenses is often a better way to think of it. Several months, so 3 to 6 months of monthly expenses. That's considered healthy rainy day fund territory. Very intimidating. I don't have that. I don't have that, and I've been saving for rainy day fund for over a year. I've maybe just about a month of expenses, right? The thing of it is, though, it takes years to save up a healthy rainy day fund, and you may never get to there because you may end up using it as those years go on. But it's a really positive journey to go on because it's encouraging you to save. This important habit that we have to build. That if you want that someday, if you want all those things that you've set for goals and ambitions for your future, it's saving that's going to get you there. Whether it's retirement or a house or a car or a holiday, saving is what brings you to there. What's good about a rainy day fund, though, is when you start that journey, it's something useful in your life from really early on. You don't have to save up several months worth of expenses and now I have, a rainy day fund that I can use. Even a smaller rainy day fund, even say €100. I've been saving for a couple of months. I've only got €100 in my rainy day fund, Matt. I'm terrible. No, you're not. You're well on the way. You're ahead of the vast majority of the pack in this country. Most people don't have a rainy day fund, and you've got €100. So if the flat tire meets you on the way out the door one day or leaving work, whatever it is, you've got the money to take that on. It doesn't have to come out of this month's budget for rent or mortgage or whatever it happens to be. Really important thing to have in your life, that rainy day fund. Just a quick word on borrowing. I'm not going to go into the long grass on this, but there's lots of different ways to borrow out there. These are all forms of borrowing. So just so people understand this, our credit cards, our overdrafts, that's all considered a loan. And PCP finance, when we're getting our finance on cars, and many of us do PCP nowadays, that's all different forms of lending. And all of those forms show up now on the Central Bank's Central Credit Register since 2017. So anyone who's 18 years or over, I recognise some of you may not be, but anyone who's 18 years or over can legally borrow in this country. And when you borrow, if it's €500 or more, you create a profile with the Central Bank's CC or Central Credit Register. Really calling this out because there's loads of confusion out there. And the amount of times I've had people come up to me go after talks, like especially with younger groups, and they go, oh man, I'm thinking of taking out a credit card to build up my credit score. You don't have to build up a credit score in this country. I know other jurisdictions, famously the US, where maybe we're getting a lot of our information from as well, they have a credit score. They encourage you to borrow, to get into this cycle of debt. And look, they run their whole society off of that's their business. We don't have that in this country. There's no encouragement to borrow in this country. You don't unlock any parts of life by having borrowed. Someone could come in and be fully eligible for a mortgage, having never borrowed a cent in their lives. They have the right income, they have the right maybe repayment history say to a landlord for something like rent or something. All this sort of stuff counts to you. If you borrow, though, it does create a profile. You just don't need that profile. You know what I mean? So borrowing is only something you should do if you need to. If you want to borrow for a car or a holiday, whatever it happens to be. But you should never borrow thinking you're building up a credit score or credit report. It doesn't work that way in this country, just as a word there. And just when we're talking about borrowing, I'd be remiss if I didn't talk about debt a little bit. Number one thing about debt is we never take our eyes off of it. We always ensure that we know what's going on in our debt. Bad things happen when we don't know what our debt picture looks like. I'd always encourage people, if you're ever struggling with debt, if you feel like, you know what, this is, and I've been there myself in the past. I've had credit card debt, I've had loans, and I didn't feel comfortable with it. They went on too long. They went a little bit bad sometimes for me as well. Number one thing in debt is most, and in fact I say in this country, all lenders will want to deal with you. You know, so if you ever feel like this is getting on to me a little bit, call them, call the credit union, call ourselves, call the bank, whoever it happens to be, and just say, look, I'm struggling a little bit here. Can you help me? They'll want to help. They'll want to help you because it works for them at the end of the day as well. Because at the end, if they give you a little bit more grace, a little bit more space, the loan will get paid off eventually versus putting the pressure on you and maybe it doesn't get paid off. So, you know, people have learned the hard way. I'd also just mention MABS, which is a really, really good local resource. We're not directly affiliated with it. They're an independent thing. Just a really, really good resource for all of this, basically financial health, well-being, and they're particularly strong in terms of helping people through that. Just very, very lastly, then I hope I'm still on time. Just some resource supports, right? So there's a whole world out there of help and guidance and support and assistance if you want to do better in terms of your finances. The way I always put it is, other people have come before you, they've wanted to do better in different areas of their financial life, and they've built up demand. They built up demand for these services. So things, I'm talking about here, things like the switching website. So time was when you were thinking, God, I'm probably not getting best value out of this relationship now with the electricity company or ESB or whatever. Time was you had to take a day off work, ring around all the companies, get quotes from them all and compare them. You don't have to do any of that nowadays. You know, on work, on lunch maybe, you can jump onto switcher.ie and then within minutes, see you're getting that best value from those relationships. Really encourage us to do that because we have, I think in Ireland, we're either the worst or second worst in Europe for shopping around. We just don't do it. We pick a company, we stick with them then forever. And they know this, and their prices are always ticking up because they know he's not leaving. You know, he's going to stay with me. Don't be having people take advantage of you, and don't be not getting good value out of those relationships. You know, so again, Switcher.ie really good for that. Bonkers is a good one for Bonkers.ie for price comparison. If you're thinking of taking on a new product, could even be a financial product. Bonkers.ie will help you compare them, you know, against others on the market. I won't go through all of this, but one of the ones I just mentioned is My Waste. And there's another one, Stop Food Waste. There's loads of these websites out there, stopfoodwaste.ie, mywaste.ie. I just call this out because it is about an environmental thing, but it's of all the good things you can do in terms of the environment, this is the one to do in terms of your financial health as well. I always encourage people, cut out waste in your life. Cut out that food waste, that electrical waste, that heat waste. If you can cut them out in your life, right, okay, you might think, I'm being Captain Planet over here. You're also helping the planet and your pocket at the same time, because if you cut down on waste, you're reducing spending and you're increasing the opportunity to save. One of the quickest ways you can help out your finances, and it's a good ethical thing to do as well, so it's just win-win-win. Our own app is called MI365, but I'm not going to labor that. Whoever you're with, whoever you have that financial relationship with, just check out their fintech offering. Fintech is financial tech, by the way. For a long time, I thought it was something to do with Finland because they made Nokia phones back in the day, so I thought it was something to do with Finland. It's financial tech. And we know what it can do nowadays. Things like Revolut, and that's very, very powerful. Most outfits like ourselves have some sort of offering in terms of financial tech. Just have a look, see what it can do for you. It's very, very powerful, and it's getting more powerful as, I was going to say the years, but as the months go by. You know, this is a really new space in terms of technology. But some of the things it'll do are things that we've been talking about there already. Like we've been talking about planning your spending, doing that budget. The apps will do a lot of the heavy lifting for you there already. You know, they'll do that good thing where they break down your spending for you, you know, groceries, transport, bills, and so on. That's the kind of the boring side of budgeting done for you. You can just get in there now and see, can I make any better decisions here? Am I getting best value or not? And I suppose the way fintech is set up is not to take an action for you, but to put you in the best position to take an action for yourself. That's the way I always look at fintech. It won't do something for you, but it might let a little light bulb go off over your head. So I'll give you an example. So again, I can only speak about our own, but a lot of the fintech offerings do very similar things here. So MI365 will do little things like if you've double tapped your card in a shop, I was talking about tapping there earlier on, we're all tapping our cards. If you happen to double tap your card or you happen to get double charged in a shop, happens, MI365 and other fintech offerings just point that out to you. You don't have to go looking through your statements once a month or whenever they come. Or when subscription costs increase, right? They're always going up, it seems. Our Netflix, Amazon, Disney, we should know them all because we've had them all near this point, one or the other. But they're always going up in price. And we see that on social media. We hear it from our friends, whatever. But then when it comes to paying it, sometimes we just let it go on. But fintech will let you know in the app when a subscription has increased. And now you've the app open. Now you're in the best position if you want to end that relationship and you're not getting best value out of Disney or Netflix or whatever. Now you can actually do it with a click. Or just one more. Within a couple of weeks of knowing, this was very impactful in my life, within a couple of weeks of knowing me, MI365 gave me a little insight. It just said, hey, it looks like you have YouTube Music and Spotify coming from your account. Those are very similar subscriptions. Do you want to have a look at that? Right? I'm a financial wellbeing advisor. I just didn't really cop this. I had one, my wife is the other. We share a joint account. It was right. We didn't need both. We could easily share one, and that's what we're doing. So it literally saved me money. Every month that goes by now that I wouldn't have noticed that, it has saved me that money. So power of fintech, very, very real, only growing. Just always encourage people, ensure that it's working for you, that you know the ins and outs of it, and you're making it work for you. We have a hub. If you're interested in your financial health, it's for everyone, not just for our customers. It's literally for anyone on earth. You could be out the outback in Australia, and you could be wanting to do better for your financial health. This website is still relevant to you. We've made it as universal as possible. It's not just, as I say, for all things Bank of Ireland. It's called bankofireland.com/financial wellbeing, and this is where we put everything we know about financial wellbeing: tips, tricks, tools, calculators, articles, and so on. And one of the things you'll see there is the last thing I'm going to go through with you. I'll leave you with this. This is our financial health check. It's a little tool we designed to help people understand where they stand with their finances. So we recognize very early on, and I mentioned it already, people can be full of good intentions and maybe not always make it to the great results. And too often people get stuck on the starting line because they're not sure what is the first step to take or what was the direction I was supposed to head off in here. I want to do better. I'm just a little bit lost in the beginning. A lot of people are like that. I'm like that. I want to get better in terms of my physical health. Not really sure where to begin, if I'm quite honest. I need to join a gym probably. I'll do it in the new year and I'll quit in March. But a lot of people, again, they want to do better, just don't know where to start. This tool is really useful for that. Take the quiz. It's anonymous. We don't take personal data from this. There's no sort of sales follow-up or anything from this. Totally anonymous. It just gives you an idea of where you stand with your finances. You answer the 8 questions across those 4 areas and it gives you a financial well-being score. And that's really, really useful because now you have a number that you can put to your physical health, or your financial health, I should say. And that number then, you'll want to see it go up. So you'll want to do something for your financial health. And if you answer the quiz, you'll get an idea as to where's the place to begin, because you'll see, it was the saving I fell down on a little bit, or maybe it was the borrowing I could do better on, or maybe it was the planning, my answers could have been a bit better on. But now you have an idea as to what that first step is to take, what the direction is to head off in. And if you have any questions, or if you need any help or guidance or support or assistance on that journey, please know that our email is always available to everyone, be it our customer or not, financialwellbeing@boi.com. And certainly if you have any questions today, I'd happily take them. And just thanks once again for having me here today. Thank you. Yes, sir.
You know how credit score in Ireland isn't important really, but let's say you move out of Ireland, will your credit score still stay the same anyway?
So in Ireland, we don't have a credit score. It's the simplest way to put it. There isn't a credit score. So if you say move to the US, you'd have to start from the beginning basically. So they start you off on a number. I can't remember what it is. It's like 600 or 700 if you have no credit history. And then it's up to you to take out loans, take out credit cards, pay them back. Many people in the US will have like a dozen or more credit cards. Not that they're even using them all. It's just use them once every so often, pay it off, because they're looking to build up their credit score. I think it goes up to about 900 in terms of score. And then there's 3 big companies, Experian and 2 others, that manage all of that. But it's really privatized and it's very much for profit. And it's very much about getting people to take on debt. And I don't need to tell anyone it's famous in the US. People have huge debt in terms of college and cars and house and everything, So we don't have that in this country. All that happens is if you borrow, it will be, and if it's 500 euro or more, it will generate a profile on the central bank central credit register. But you don't need that profile to, get for a mortgage, or like in the US, to rent a place, they'll check your credit score. Even to rent a car from Hertz or whatever, your credit score comes into it. So we don't have any of that here at the moment. So it's important that if you do borrow, ensure that you make your payments in full and on time, because it affects your credit report. But there's no encouragement to borrow, is the simplest, most straightforward way I can put it. Hopefully that answers your question.
Can I use it? Okay, thank you. Now, I know, like you said, there's no need for credit rating in Ireland. But what if one has a bad credit in Ireland and you move out? Would that affect you in a new country or something?
Thank you. It can, I suppose, is the way. I actually got this question very recently, but in the reverse. I had someone that I work kind of tangentially with. She doesn't work for Bank of Ireland, but she's from the US, and she has about 90,000 in student loans in the US. right? It's and she said that's small, right? 90,000. She said, oh, it's on the smaller side. And her only question was, well, she's looking to go for a mortgage here. She's American, from Florida, and her husband is Irish, and they're looking to go for a mortgage. And she said, well, if I am upfront about this, it'll probably mean I can borrow less. I was able to say, yes, it would. And then her follow-on was say, well, can the bank see that? And my simple response was, I don't know, but they will ask you. So the way the bank will always put it is, you're to tell them what your thing is. So if you go to another jurisdiction, I can only imagine it's going to be roughly the same, but it's going to be different. Every single country is going to be very, a lot of Europe is going to be very similar, but then if you go to somewhere in the Middle East, or Asia somewhere, maybe they don't really care too much about your history following on. They're delighted to get new, I know certain Middle Eastern countries love having new workers come in. They'll pay you to come over and work. They won't tax you as well. I think the Saudi Arabia is famous for not taxing people and stuff. Yeah, so it is different for different jurisdictions, but the way I always say is it could follow you. And I just always encourage people that, because I used to be a credit controller in the past in credit unions, and the number one thing is just face up to it. It doesn't go away. It always sits somewhere beside your name. But any institution in this country now is looking to deal with people. Gone are the days where, I'm a bit further now, but there was a time when people went to jail for not paying loans. Those days are all gone, and long gone. Nowadays, institutions are well aware that actually if they work with people, they're more likely to get something in the long run. That they put this pressure and all this stress on people, they're less likely to get what they want in the long run. So I'd always encourage people that if you're worried about your debt situation, just come and talk to the institution. Question.
Yeah. I have a question about mortgages.
Yes, sir.
What are things that the banks normally check outside of your income or your marital status to approve you for a mortgage?
So I always say about mortgages. So I actually, to be fully clear, whatever, I've never actually trained as a mortgage advisor. I've done a few different jobs in the bank, but I've worked with mortgage advisors, never actually been a mortgage advisor. But I do know the basics, right? So number one to say is banks want to give you a mortgage. That's the number one thing to know about mortgages. They actively want to give you a mortgage. It's the most important product probably that we have. It sort of keeps the lights on, ensuring that we're selling mortgages. Really important product for us to sell. So banks do want to lend mortgages. All they need to know is that the mortgage is going to be repaid. So that's the mindset I always have, is if you can show them you're someone who's going to repay this mortgage, you'll get the mortgage, And that can be done then by showing them things like, well, you might be paying rent on a place. I know I'm no different myself. Rent can be sky high nowadays, but that rental payment, that can prove to a bank that you're trustworthy to repay the mortgage. Or a lot of people will have a savings history. So someone's saving X amount a month. Well, I'm doing that so that I can show the bank, if I'm saving, $1,500 a month, then I'm good to get a mortgage for $1,200 a month. So the way. So the banks just want to know that whatever they lend will come back. There are some things that can go against people. Famously, sort of betting is not great. People are allowed to have a flutter, especially around Cheltenham time and all the rest. Galway races. Why am I saying Cheltenham? Galway races, jeepers. So nothing wrong with having a flutter every so often, but that sort of every day, seeing the Paddy Power or Betfair, whatever, they sometimes change their names, but we know what they are. All banks do. So that is one of the things you'd always kind of hear against. Another thing I'd always say is, earlier the better. You never be too early to start on just even the querying mortgages. Even if you feel like, oh man, it's probably 2 years before you can even start saving for mortgage. Still worth talking to someone. It's free. It's free to talk to us, AIB, PTSB. All the big banks will talk to you for free, and they'll at least let you know what ducks to line up, so that when time comes to start your journey, you'll be kind of on the road already, if that sort of makes sense. Hopefully that answers your question. Yeah.
Thank you.
No problem.
Please, is it advisable for young people to have credit card? Do you advise us to get credit card at younger age? To be honest,
I work for an outfit that sells credit cards. Credit cards are really handy. It should be. Not everything is black and white. Obviously, credit cards are very, very useful. They're a safe way to pay for things. There's certain insurance when you're using credit cards. You can obviously use them online and that as well. But a credit card is, and again, my experience from being a credit controller, so dealing with people in bad debt when I was in credit unions, a credit card going bad is often the first point to where someone ends up in a worse bad debt situation. So the way a credit card works, obviously, is it's free if you pay the bill in full and on time when it comes. So I can have a credit card with a limit of, say, €500. I go out to buy something for €500. I can't even think now. Lovely new laptop or something I buy for €500, probably more than that. But basically, you use your credit card, and then the bill comes, and if I pay it in full, brilliant. I got to borrow money for free, essentially. And then the way it doesn't work is if you pay, or the way it can often work is if the bill comes and you don't pay it in full, then the credit card interest kicks in, which is higher interest, generally speaking, than other forms of like a personal loan or whatever. And I suppose if someone is constantly, and this often comes up when we're dealing with schools, because it's a question that students ask, well, if someone is constantly repaying, it's a question I often ask them, if someone is constantly repaying their credit card in full and on time, what do you think happens? Students often say, oh, they'll close down the credit card. It's like, no, they offer you more money. You know, the credit card limit will increase, you know, because what they want ultimately is there's some point that they'll make some money off of you. They're not making any money if you're just clearing off the bill in full. So you just have to remember that a credit card is like, I won't say it's like riding a lion, but it's something similar. You know, you really have to not take your eye off of it. It can be very, very useful, very, very powerful way to pay for things. As I say, there's that protection built into them. And you can earn points for traveling, all sorts of stuff in credit cards. So they're great from a lot of points of view, but they can go wrong. If you're not, I suppose, mature enough, if you haven't matured enough from your own sense of how to manage finances, then a credit card would be a bad idea, definitely. But there's loads of people out there that are fully able to use credit cards, and it works for them, and it's a positive thing for them as well, you know. So I'd say just ensure that they definitely never take their eye off the ball when it comes to the credit card. Good question. Sir.
How closely would the Central Bank of Ireland and like the ECB work? Like, we're getting mortgages in different countries. Like, let's say you were living off in like Portugal or something, and you had a loan with like a neobank set up there. Would the ECB contact Ireland or the Central Bank of Ireland here if you wanted to get a mortgage here as well?
I don't believe so, but I'm not fully aware of all the systems that are in place. You know, we talked about the Central Credit Register that's in place in Ireland, but that is just for Republic of Ireland. Just the way, so it just tracks borrowings in this country. So I'm not actually, I'm just going to tell you the truth, I don't fully know that there is or isn't a system that can see borrowings abroad, like in maybe the UK, where we're very close to, or in Europe, as you mentioned, where we'll be very close to. But I would say that it will always be asked, you know, so it'll be part of the form, like to explain any borrowings you have in other jurisdictions that might even have in brackets, you know, so the way. So the banks would always put it in a way that you have to be truthful as part of the application, you know, so. Yeah, if someone might have borrowed, say, in Poland, for example, you know, so the way, and maybe Irish Bank here doesn't know about it, and the person is applying for a loan, but part of that application will go through, have you had any borrowings outside of jurisdiction, you know, so the way. So they don't answer it, maybe we don't see it, but it still exists, you know.
With regards to, I'm just looking at, you know, new investments, and, you know, for young, especially for young people, because we're to deal with young people now that are into investment and businesses. Does the bank work with them on a regular basis to try to see how they can have a stake in the business, to support the businesses, to help them grow? Is there business investing? Maybe you want to look at, okay, the bank having a stake in the business, to be partners in the business, to help the business grow, especially for young people that are coming up. Does that exist with Bank of Ireland?
Unfortunately not. The bank won't take a stake in someone's business. You know, they won't actively invest that way, but they'll lend, you know, so and they'll give advice. And again, it's free. You know, I just feel like that we forget sometimes. We are great at going to our doctors and our dentists and our, I said I have 05 golf. I know my mechanic very, very well, unfortunately. We use all these professions in our lives, and we forget sometimes that there's totally free professional advice you can get from qualified financial advisors up and down the country in ourselves and other banks as well, and credit unions as well, you know. So I'd always encourage people, you can get a lot for free, even though the bank won't invest money in your business. They'll give you time, you know. You can sit down with a business advisor and you can get as much advice as you can get out of them, and you can maybe walk out the branch and think, actually, I didn't really like him or her, and you can go to the next branch and do the same thing, you know. And I just really encourage people to do that, even if it's not for business, even for personal things as well, you know. Don't be someone who goes all the way through life and never once sits down with a financial advisor, you know. And I know that you can pay good money to go and talk to advisors, and there's loads of them that I won't name them, but there's loads of them advertised on YouTube and stuff. But you can get it for free as well, you know. So with ourselves and indeed other financial institutions and credit unions and so on, you can get all this financial advice for free. And look, sometimes it's just being told you're doing everything right, which is great. And other times it's actually, if you did this thing, your future will be a lot better, you know. And we need to hear those things as well. So take us back to the very, very beginning where we talked about the F word, finances, you know, break those taboos. Don't be afraid about talking to someone about finances. And one of the big things I get told is, well, Matt, I'd love to go talk to someone about my finances, but I need to know a certain amount first. You do not need to. My own brother said this to me. And he's a teacher, primary school teacher. Want to talk to someone about his finances. What should I know before I go in? Nothing. I know nothing before I sit down in the dentist chair about what goes on in regards to teeth. I know nothing about my car or I'll be fixing it myself. You know, I don't need to. I go to these professionals. They look after it for me. It's the same with finances. Right? You don't need to know anything. You know, and you know, you might have zero grounding in the world of finances. You can sit down and talk to someone and get good advice. You know, and I'd really encourage you to think about doing that. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Matt. That was very, very, very informative. Thank you. We really, really appreciate that. And I hope young people, you're actually paying attention. You might think you don't need it now, but these are nuggets for your future now, really. Thank you so much, Matt. We want to go for a little break, but before we do that, I would like us to just do a quick photo shoot with the speakers, because it's going to be going from now on end. If you don't mind, we just stand and Gather Kevin, would you come and stand with our pastors too? We'll do one with them. Then with the young people, we come out as well, and we'll do a cross-section photography. Where are the cameramen, please? Thank you. We really appreciate your presence. Okay. Can I have all the young people, please? Everybody come and join. Brachika, please, you have to join, do the photo, if you don't mind, and join as well. Maybe Elizabeth will do one first with everybody, then can we have everybody join, please? Just come and join the photo. Everyone that's present, come and join. Everybody. Thank you. You can climb up so we can narrow down the Mr. Andy. Please, can you come and join us, please? Okay. Can we go? It's too wide. Go up. Everybody go up. Okay? It's too wide. Yeah. If you can climb up because you'll be higher. You know. Is it okay? Thank you all so much. Yeah. Okay. Now, do we answer you? Yes. Okay. We are moving on now because we have our next session on safety awareness in Galway and your environment. So we'd like to welcome God Kevin Farrelly to our midst here. Can we give him a round of applause, please? Yes, you should.
Sorry, I get a bit nervous when the microphone comes to me. I better not go up on stage and all of a sudden I'm thinking a singer, but you wouldn't want to see that. So my name is Kevin Farrelly. I am Garda rank. I'm based in Galway City there. So we're in Mill Street there. So I'm in the community office, okay? So I'm a community guard in the office, and my job is basically to get involved in the community, help youth groups out, keep people safe. In general, that's how I cover the west side of the city. And even though the west side of the city over West Side Shopping Centre and all that area. So I'm mainly based around there. But there's community guards now in every section of the city. So you'll probably get to see them in the next couple of months, whatever, they introduce themselves to yourselves. Great to be on. I just want to thank very much for inviting me here today. It's the first time I've been here. It's great to meet up with everybody here. I was just talking to the pastor, age group from about 13 to, we won't say older, you don't have to put your hand up. But it's great to meet you here, and I really appreciate it. Have you had much interaction with Gardaí before? Anyone come in talking? Not really before, no? You've had a few times, yeah. How did you find them? Okay, yeah, good, great, yeah. So, people sometimes can get afraid of the uniform, okay, and be a bit standoffish, and that's understandable because the job we do, sometimes you see so many things on social media, but I would always say, if you ever see a guard in uniform, if you're ever stuck for anything, always come over to us. You understand? When you go into the city centre, is anyone going out at this current stage of their lives, heading into town, into discos and such like that, but going to college? Any starting going to college now? So you're using public transport. I'd always say, have a mobile phone with you. Be safe. Be just, if you're going into town at night time, always be accompanied by a friend. Don't be walking alone. Okay, it's very standard, advice, but Galway City in general is a very safe area. But if you are in distress or you are under pressure, there's plenty of uniform there in the city. Don't be afraid to come over. We're here to help. Any issue at all, if you're ever someone walking behind you, feel a bit worried or whatever, ring 999 or come to the nearest uniform you have, okay? Because we love helping people out, and our job is to keep people safe. So don't feel you're putting a burden on us. Always approach us. So next time you see me, don't be afraid to come over to me, Okay? When you're going into the city centre, like late at night, you just have to be self-aware. Now, as I said, you have your mobile phone on you, have contacts on your phone that you can ring in a hurry. Have 999, know to ring the station if you need the station, okay? Okay? But in general, know where you're going. Plan your route ahead. Plan your night ahead. If you're going into the city centre or if you're going somewhere you haven't been before, check it out. Obviously, don't meet a person you've never seen before. Online, everyone uses what's the main social media site these days, sorry? Snapchat, yeah, I have a son, he's on Snapchat, okay. But just be very careful when you're online. I think the biggest safety thing I will say at the moment is online seems to be, you have to have your wares about you. Be careful if you're on any sites like that, who you're meeting. Don't just meet them without having any knowledge of who they are. Do you understand, probably you've heard these sites online and whatever, dating sites or whatever. Be careful. If you're going to meet someone that you don't know online, whatever, go to a city centre where it's well lit up and on the premises that there'll be plenty of people around. I wouldn't advise going to some area that you don't know, you've never seen before, you don't know this person. So always be very careful when you're online. What do you use social media? Is it all Snapchat, is it? I'm too old with Facebook and all this now, am I? No one uses Facebook anymore, is it? Yeah, so I know Snapchat, but just be very careful online. And especially you see a lot of stuff online now at the moment. The big worry I have now is AI. Artificial intelligence, because I was actually watching something there recently there, and it wasn't true at all. It was fake news. You probably heard this fake news. I fell for it. I didn't realise. I said to my wife, I can't believe that happened. Well, that's not real, she was saying to me. Just be very careful of what you're watching online. Okay? There's a lot of scams out there at the moment. Okay? Every type of scam that will try to take money off you, try to take advantage of you. So just be very careful when you're going online. You see these advertisements. I was just hearing the man about the bank in there, about business ideas and all this. Be very careful. So many cases coming to the station with cryptocurrencies. We're all aware of cryptocurrencies. Yeah, so many scams on social media, and I hear a lot of young people saying you can make so much money at Bitcoin, and everyone's aware of Bitcoin, are they? You've heard that, and and it probably will turn out to be regulated. And at the moment, we find a lot of people coming to the station. They've been young people that going to college have been defrauded out of $5,000, 5 to 10,000. So don't believe what you see online. Okay, if you have any questions and you're investing money, check it out. Make all the checks, necessary checks. Even ring the guard station if need be. Okay, because there's so much fraud online. It's gone to a new level now. Okay. College. Who's going to college here? Hands up. Where are you going to college? What are you studying? Business systems. Oh, okay. I'll give a hand over now. But anyone going to college now, it's brilliant. Keep up with the education, okay? But be aware there's people there can take advantage of you, okay? Because I know things are so expensive now and all this. You've probably heard of cases now in the news of late. Money laundering. Has anyone heard about money laundering? You have heard it. So what happens here is gangs identify, and it happens, I see the local papers there, people going to college, whatever, they'll take whatever it is here or there, clean record, never in trouble with the guards before. They will use you and ask you to use your bank account to lodge money in it. Now this is a very serious offence. It's a lot of detections in the last year. It's gone through the roof, okay? So the guards are making great progress in this, but be very careful if anyone's asked for their bank account to be used. It's a big no-no, okay? The Money Laundering Act has quite a substantial penalties and prison sentence, and it's a circuit court thing. So just be wary of that of late. That's a crime offence that has gone through the roof. Understand? And I think most people have heard about all this now. So that's a big no-no. If anyone approaches you or whatever, tell your parents or go to the guard station, okay? In general, the city centre has become safe. Galway City is a very safe place. But you have to be wary when you're in town, what to be looking out for, where you're going, okay? There's a lot of different stuff going on, of course, drugs around the city, okay? You'll see that. Have anyone seen that or whatever? Just obviously it's a big no-no. You stay away from getting involved or putting under peer pressure. Stand up for yourself, okay? Don't let anyone put you under peer pressure. Get your education. You're doing great now, going to your third level college. Get your courses. Just be wary of what is out there, okay? Look after yourselves, okay? Keep with your friends. If they're going down the wrong road, stay clear, okay? Life is tricky, can be tricky out there, but there's great opportunities out there. So next time you see me in the town centre, come over and say hello. We're here to help you. Okay, don't be afraid of the uniform. approach us. Okay, so I want to ask you a few questions now shortly. What sport is the biggest sport here? What are we into? Did you all play soccer? Did you quit? Sorry. Who are you playing with? Sorry? You okay? How are you doing?
I was with you before.
Oh yeah, TREM Celtic, yeah.
Yeah.
What position?
CDM.
Number 6.
Yeah.
You not play a bit more forward, number 8 now?
No.
You like Howell on midfield. Very good. Well, like sport is the big thing. We always promote. Keep yourselves busy. When you have downtime from college and you're off for a bit, that's when the trouble you can get yourself in, trouble if you're hanging around, and hanging around the wrong places. I would recommend, we always say sport and getting social, involved with teams and all. What other sports are we involved with? Brilliant sport. Just to be involved in the team sport is brilliant, isn't it? The weekend, you're keeping fit, you're keeping mentally good, and you're involved with the social ethic team environment, So I always say that to younger people, just keep busy, keep active, keep social, Like it's a great environment out there. Galway City is a fantastic city to live in. There's so many opportunities, so many sports clubs. The facilities are excellent. Colleges are pretty good as well. Are you going to go back playing? Why? What are you doing with music? Well, you're busy, you're keeping active, and that's good, It's all good. And anything else? Are we all Liverpool supporters here? No? That didn't go down well. I'm taking that. But, just be wary of that. The biggest thing I see at the moment is people doing well for themselves. Lads will try, gangs will try to take advantage of it, and if that ever happens and you're put under any pressure, come to the new Garda station there, the Mill Street, come to Ormore, whatever it may be, okay? Just be strong. If anyone's trying to put you down that wrong path, go to your parents, okay? Because they put so much time in looking after you. Try to stay off that road. And there is plenty of the great road in the colleges here, right? And keep going the way you're going, okay? Is that right? Now I'm going to get you to ask a few questions. If you want to ask questions, I'll try to answer them. Anyone want to ask a few questions? Or don't be shy. Go ahead. You want to ask that? No. Yeah. You were going to ask, were you? Sorry. No, don't be afraid to ask. Don't be ask anything. You make it up now, anyway. Any lads there? He's a very quiet. Oh, no, you ask me. Don't be shy. You want to ask me a question? I know you do. I'm not going to take a bite. You want to ask? That man there wants to ask a question.
Do you have a question?
Yourself? Do you want to ask?
No.
Yeah. Are you playing football, soccer here now? Yeah. You playing any club here? Oh, Craigmore, yeah, excellent. What position? Left wing. Very good. Under 17. Tricky to mark. You're a good team, Craigmore. Just need better, they're definitely improving, all right. But that's another thing. We get involved with groups and we try to arrange, 5-a-side matches and just interact. So you get to know us and we get to know you better. That we communicate, and going forward, when you see us in the city centre, come over and have a chat with us. We're all about engagement, So
Thank you so much, Garda Farrelly. Thank you so much. I have a question.
Oh, yeah.
And we're going to actually take you up on that, because in next year for our youth week in the summer, we'll be organizing a football match for the Guards. So we organize that. That's okay. All the young people that can play football, even the women will have that going on.
I'll mark you.
So we use who we have here.
I'll mark you. The man beside you, what's your name? Desmond, you playing soccer? Basketball. Who are you playing with? With what club? Oh, Titans. They're based in the West Side.
Yes.
Any good? I got to see you play. So, you know, like, I love basketball myself. I love all sports, you know. I think sport is so important for youth and everybody, really, you know. It gives a great social side of things, and keeping yourself fit and mental health is massive.
Yeah.
Did you answer that question yet?
Yes, I haven't yet.
I better hide.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much for the encouragement.
Thanks
because
for the invitation.
the young people need to know that they have support, and they have that they shouldn't be afraid of the guards. It's not because they're afraid that sometimes they're a quiet bunch. But my question is, there is a rise in the far right. There's a rise in a lot of discrimination right now, online, physically. We are seeing a lot of attacks going on, especially amongst a bit of diversity. Some diversities are going forward, which is a recent case that happened in Tuam to a 13-year-old young man that was beaten up. How would you advise young people to be able to address these issues when it comes up from the point of a guard? Should they defend themselves, or what is the line of reporting? What should they do if they come across something like that?
With anything, if you're ever, spoken down to or spoken in a disparaging manner or anything higher than that, I would ring 999 immediately. Do not have any doubts in your mind. That is the way to go. You see the new station there in Morrow there, across me to you. These lads know, whatever. Well, there's call takers in the station there, and there's plenty of, what am I trying to say there? So that is the route we say to go. We don't ring stations anymore. It's 999 and report it straight away. Because if it happens to you, what else are they doing to other people? What more level can they rise to, okay? So I would encourage, if anyone has any experience of that on the outside, going to college, going about your business, if anyone says I'm disparaging to you, okay, that you take offence to, absolutely ring 999, okay? The guards will come out to you, we'll have a chat, and we can take statements and we can go to court, okay? So it's very straightforward. Have the courage, and it shouldn't be too much to do. Ring 999. If you don't want to go to the station, the guards can call to your house, and report. So report at all times.
One last question, sir. Sorry, I have the platform. I will use it. The Garda Diversion Program, for young people that have, aired. What is it, and how does it work? Just a brief explanation.
Yeah, so the Garda Juvenile Liaison Office, so they're based in a new station in Morrow, we call it here, Renmore, across from ATU. So we have 4 juvenile liaison officers. So what happens is, from the age of 12 to 18, and depending on the offence, of course, just say a normal public order, or you get in trouble with the Gardaí, theft, whatever be, that type of offence, automatically it goes to the JLO officer. Because they deal with juveniles from the age of 12 is the start of criminal, into the justice system. And depending on the attitude of the offender, never have to hold a hand up. It doesn't go to court. It's dealt with juvenile liaison officer, and you're given a technical term as caution. Okay, but you're only entitled to maybe 1, maybe 2 of these cautions. Okay, so you have to be wary of, if you get in trouble again, it's highly likely that you could end up going to court. Okay, but the juvenile diversion office basically is there to keep juveniles out of trouble and out of the court system. Does that answer your question? So there's a lot of groups that are involved with Froga all around the city. mess out in the west side. So their main goal is to keep people from the age of 12 to 18 out of trouble and try to get on the right pathway. And that's the main aim. So
did they work with families? You know,
we work with the parents.
With the parents.
Work with the parents.
Well.
Obviously, you'd be brought in. What happens was an appointment date to be made. You'd be brought into maybe the station, whatever. Your parents would be with you. It's not very nice for the parents if it does happen. But if you're, you know, accept responsibility, your parents, you'll be given a caution. But be very wary. It's a caution is not to do it again, and you try to get yourself on the right path. So their job is trying to keep you on the right path. So there's four juvenile litigation officers based over there. So again, yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Anyone else? There has to be more questions. That man there, you're thinking. Well, as I say to you, like, I know there's so much stuff with social media at the moment. You have to be so careful, you know. That's my big worry, I suppose, going forward into the new environment, new world we're going into. AI, just be so careful of AI, artificial intelligence, because I think the last review or Garda review, the scams are going through the roof. Just do not hand money over, you know, for tickets or concerts. You're going to a concert up in the Tree Arena. That's the big thing we're seeing now as well. People are being scammed on Revolut accounts, and once your money gone wireless like that, you won't get it back. You know, we can call to the stage. We'll try our best, but just be very wary. Never give money away really on a wireless transaction unless you have the product. You understand? Or unless it's a legit company you know for years and you've verified it. Just be very wary of all these scams. And else in relation to driving or anything like that, no? Anyone driving here? Oh, very good. Are you driving along? Brilliant. Excellent, you know, so you have that out of the way and all that, you know, things like that you should be, I suppose, a student looking for, trying to get your lessons up, to get your provision license, get on the road, you know. No, it's great to have your license. The public service system is pretty good in Galway, in fairness, buses and all that, but it's just to develop yourself if you have that spare time, if you are working part-time, to maybe, you know, look at doing lessons like you've achieved and getting your license behind you. Gives great freedom and all that, and you know, that has gone up again. No insurance cars, you know, people driving no insurance, but unfortunately the penalties are kind of severe for that. So just be wary if you're planning to buy a car, get your license and have your insurance on your car and everything right, okay? Anyone want to ask me about on the Road Traffic Act? No?
I think that's it, Garda. Thank you so much.
Well, I just want to say thanks very much for having us here, and really, really, really appreciate it. I hope to see you in the next couple of months.
Yes, you will.
We'll organise a soccer match, basketball, whatever it may be, okay? You think, I played before, believe it or not, so I can play. So, but anyway, on the serious note, thanks very much, Evan. He's a great bunch, and I really appreciate it.
Thank you very, very much. Can we just give him a good round of applause? Thank you so much, Garda Kevin. We are really privileged to have you. Thank you. So we are not going to waste much time. We're going to go further now to our Father in the Lord that is going to be taking his session, the leadership training. So please, if you don't mind, let's give him a round of applause and welcome.
I know that the learning span does not go beyond 4 to 5 minutes, and the more you sit, you get bored. What we'll do is that before I go on, let's take 5 minutes. come back to where you were sitting. If we've not gone live, I want to say something about the camera people. Are we live? I have issue with what our camera people do. Not these people here, but whoever is controlling there, I have issue with them. Whoever is controlling there, but I thought we were not live to do that. But you can change that camera, but put this camera. Change. Is this one the one projecting? This one should not be facing. This one should be here. Okay. Somebody was sitting here before. Okay, it's you? Okay. How many of us have learned anything today? Not because I'm asking, because you've truly learned something. You know, one of the things I want to start with is saying, sometime you will come across a knowledge, and I'll tell you why I use this word intentionally. I don't call it information again, because there are many people who have information, but they don't have knowledge. And there's a problem we see in our world. There are so many people who have information, they don't have knowledge. And when you're running with information, you cannot produce what knowledge will give. So people who have information, you see them talk the talk. But in the time of producing the talk, they cannot. Because information will not help you produce the talk. It is knowledge. You understand what I mean? So when these days, I do not ask people who have information. I ask you who have knowledge. Truthfully. And I try not to be. I don't want to wear the pastor hat in saying this. Many people I see stand. I'm not saying this pulpit. Many people I see stand on the pulpit and talk. It's information they have. And you will not be, until you understand the difference between information and knowledge, you will not know who is just based on information. And you'll be thrilled with everything they've said. But this is where you know that what they have done with is information. Is that I haven't been thrilled with what the person said. When you look at their life, you can see a trace of it. That's what information does. Information is you have this data that you pass on. You can say it to people, but you can't translate it to your life. It's only knowledge that you can translate. When you truly know something, the first place the result shows is in you, not outside of you. So you'll be very conscious from this day onward and say, I will not base my life on information. People who have information want others to hear. People who have knowledge, people see. Should I repeat that? People who have information, they want others to hear what they have to say. For people who have knowledge, people see what they know. It's a difference that people hear what you can say, because you can just go gather data. You can write down data, you can put a lot of things, and you say it to people, but none of them translate to your life. But when something becomes the knowledge you have, it is impossible for it not to be in your life. So what I want us to start doing from the day on is this. We gain knowledge, not to have information. So I asked today, how many of us have gained knowledge? That's why I asked that, what I asked. So there are times in your life where certain knowledge will come to you. They seem not to apply to your present state. That is the best time to have that knowledge. And because they don't apply to where you are right now, you might not give it attention. You might just say, I don't need it. But that is when, if you get knowledge when you need it, it might not produce for you. It might become, because getting knowledge at the time you need it might be too late. And that is why we call the hindsight. How many of us, use hindsight, say, oh, how many of us have done that? Say, oh, I wish I knew this thing. You see, that is when the knowledge came. But that's not when you need it. If you had gotten it, it will always come around. The bank man had come, spoken to us, and you just think, oh, it doesn't matter to me, I'm still young. No, it matters. That is when you need it. You know, there's this challenge. You find out that the first job you got, and many of your young people, the first job you got, when you got that job, your thought is what I want to spend the money on. You just, you railed out the things you will get. You railed out. Many of us, before the salary came, our basket in either Shein, Timu, Amazon is full, waiting for the payday to spend it. Now, it's okay, you might think, but it is a culture that was handed on to you. What is that culture? The culture that you are not a person until you acquire things. Because it is a problem that every time you get money, you have to spend. If you're very close to me, I'll tell you, if you think of spending before you get money, there's a problem with your thought. I'm not going into the finance thing. You must learn, you must not meet every need because there is money in your hand. Normally say to us who have African descent, I hear people say, why is it that every day I have money, people call me, that's when my family call me, they have a need. No, that's not the reason why. You mustn't spend, you mustn't. See, the people you have not given money, you know they are not dead. The people who you have not helped are still alive. And there are many of us who are champion thinking we'll help the whole world. You see, poverty is not lack of money. Poverty is a mentality. This is a mindset class. Poverty is not lack of money. Poverty is a mentality. And one of the mentality of poverty is that because I have money, I will spend it. It's a poverty mentality. You have people to help. You have things to do. You have everything. It's a poverty mentality. There are people, you see, he says something here. The worst thing to happen to anybody is living. I will end on Thursday. Now, the last Thursday, what happened to that money? So you are waiting to end next Thursday. For me, there is no. This is what I said to the person. I said, I don't think you've understood God. Your Christianity has a problem. That's how I feel. Your Christianity has a problem. Because if you are portraying God and you're living, I'll tell you the truth, you can be earning 300 in a week and still live well. If you cannot live well with 300 in a week, 5,000 in a week, you'll still be in trouble. It's about habit. And that habit is translated, I promise you. You know what I've gone to do? I start checking and say, I'll use this. If you are a mother who is frivolous with money, you shop, you raise children who are like that. You don't have to teach them. If you are a father who is like that, you raise children like that. You don't have to teach them. Now at the end, out of Christianity, because I'm going to stop in Christianity one, I'll go to, out of Christianity, you think is a cause. No, there is no cause. It is a habit passed on. It's a thing that is saying. There are people who you must buy everything. You know, like maybe when I hear Mobi says that, sometimes I don't, when they say there is a new event, I have to wear new clothes. I don't know why that in itself is a problem, no matter how much you have. That in itself is a problem. And I'm saying this to young people because you see it when we have events in church. You see the parents, they wear new. Don't do that. That in itself is a problem. Is a problem. It is a problem. Or something, I have to buy this thing because it. The man said to us, there is a need, there is a want. Many of us, mainly people from African descent, we spend our money on wants, not need. We acquire wants, we buy things we do not need. And we are wondering, and this is what I say to people, and you can go to God and say, God, bless me financially. No, you are a waster. If I would be God, I won't put money in your hand. You waste it because you don't understand what money is. If you don't earn for 3 months and you still above board, it says 6 months. But if you don't earn for 3 months, you don't earn any money, can you live normally? If you cannot live normally, you are in trouble. There's a problem with you. If you don't earn money for 3 months, with your bills be paid, with your normal life go and nobody know. I know we are in a country that is social welfare thing, you think you're wrong. Let's assume you don't earn now. Now, if that is not your state, let that become your mindset. When you start working, when you start earning, that you will make sure that you live a life where if no income comes in 3 months, you're still well. If you can't do that, one day you wake up to find out that money controlled you all through your life, or you did not know who you are. That's why the bank, I wish, one of the things we will do, I think the organizer should do, is to get the man's, if he can give us those slides, go personally. Young people, you can now because everything is habit. Habit can be formed, habit can be broken. I've seen people who is habit. You see, habit, I'm going to be very strongly, sometimes you see a drug addict, you think that what comes to your mind, that their life is wasted, isn't it? You see alcoholic, somebody who's addicted to alcoholic, you see their life wasted. You know, there are people who are addicted to spending. They spend impulsively. It's an addiction as well. It's an addiction as well. And it's as bad as drugs, it's as bad as alcohol, it's as bad as anything. There are different forms of addiction. And every addiction to be broken, what do? I taught in a class how to break an addiction. How do you do? I taught those who went to my leadership masterclass, I taught you how to break a habit. Yes, you have to replace it. Life does not allow for vacuum. You don't break a habit by leaving it bare. You have to replace it with something. Every habit that goes into an addiction will destroy you no matter what it is. Will destroy you. There are many of us now, if they take your phone from you, something inside of you will feel sick. You'll be very sick. There are some of us in this world now, if they bring a drug person, they bring an alcoholic, and they bring you that has no problem, they take your phone from you, and they withdraw alcohol from that person, and they withdraw drug. All of you will suffer the same symptom of withdrawal. You'll be shocked that you are behaving the same way when you did not take. You're not, because addiction is not a substance you consume. It is the mental state that you have created. Am I communicating? Addiction is not a substance you consume. It is the mental state you have created. If you cannot find out what you are addicted to, you will never know what is eating you. Many of us are addicted to certain things. You just know without it, you almost cannot live. For us not to begin to create generations of mediocre generation, it is not how much you make that determines how you will stay. It is not how much. I've seen people who make so much money. I promise you, ask them for 100 euro unexpectedly. You'll be shocked they don't have it. You'll be shocked they don't have it. And you'll wonder what happened. And they can rail for you. How? I didn't do anything. No, you don't have to do anything. You are not intentional. You are not intentional. No matter how much, I'm not big in saying to people save. I'm not big. Thank God the bankman has gone out of here. I don't believe in savings. And I will just correct that. You invest it. You don't save it. If you save it, you buried it. If you invest it, you increase it. Do you know that anything you invest increases? How many of us know that? You don't. Do you also know that money is not the only thing you invest? You know you don't. Time. You invest time. 24 hours of the day. You must make sure that there is a particular part of that time in the day you invest. You have to invest. It will yield for you in the future. Time invested will yield for you. Money invested will yield for you. Anything you invest will yield for you. You don't save it. So I don't tell people go and open a savings account. The banker will tell you, so they will use your money to do business. They'll enrich the money, then they will now loan you your money, your own money later. No, but you invest your money and you watch your money. And there are different platforms to invest. There are different ways to invest. And that I just wanted to really highlight for me when I saw that banker, I said you need to speak to African descent, because you see, if not, we will not change the generations of people who who control wealth, because the culture we pass on among the African community is a culture. You see an African person for no just reason do one party in a place where they can't afford. For goodness sake, and I'm just wondering, it's not bad, but the truth is this: is it necessary? Is it necessary? At this time of my life, is this thing necessary? Should I be doing this? Is this what I want to do? Am I even thinking? Because one of the good things that Ireland has helped us as Africans is this: because tuition, even if you don't get Susie, the tuition is not high. So none of us even went to save for our children's education. Because if you don't get Susie, it's 3,000, isn't it? So 3,000, you can cover 3,000 and all. But if you were in America, when he was saying this, Ronnie basic school fees is 75,000. So this one you pay 3,000, it's 75,000. So by the time you take 75,000 loan the first year, you take 75,000 loan the second year, you take 75,000 loan, you take 75,000 loan the third year. That was just basic. Then you upkeeps and everything. So many of us just woke up. All you do is just have children. You take child benefits. You take everything, not even thinking of their future. So at the time they get into college, either they apply, and I keep hearing, I will reduce my job so my children will get. And those children heard you say that. They see you do that. Tomorrow you want them, because you see, what we see is what we do. What we see is what we do. If you have not seen somebody like you jump over a fence, you will never know you can jump through that fence, and you will never dare to jump through the fence. The ceiling we are creating for the next generation is not information, it is knowledge. You can tell everybody something, but if they can't find the knowledge from you, people learn from knowledge, they don't learn from information. We must begin to tell people what is necessary. I don't want to, this thing is live. You can tell you how, do you know there are people who are waiting for 2026? I'm not against it, but let me just go and buy 2026 car. How much are you worth, for goodness sake? I'm not against, do you know the banker who came to teach us now said he's driving what? Many of you are too, even your children say you are more than that, and I'm looking at you. You can't, it's not that, it is not what you have that makes you. You are more than everything. Even if you don't have anything, you are still grand. So people will applaud you when there is nothing. And when we raise this kind of mentality, we are wondering why we are not seeing anything visible. We're not seeing anything. We're not seeing anybody wanting to break out because they didn't see anyone break out. I said, I don't want to wear the pastor hat. It's just that man, it's not fair. It's not fair. Do you understand that the moment many of us are out of our comfort zone, we become timid? I noticed it here. The moment we are out of our comfort zone, we become timid. What is the problem? You know why? Because you are viewing yourself through somebody's eyes. The moment I stood here and all of you are awake, the moment we're out of our comfort zone, I don't want to use a particular word, I saw strong timidity. People couldn't speak, couldn't express themselves, and I'm wondering, I said, what is that? It is not conscious. It is something that it is, I think, is a cultural thing that has had you. You didn't know it was there, but I just watched it. I said, why is this so timid all of a sudden? And that also portrays a lot of questions we've been asking, that when many of us leave our comfort zone, you become timid. I'll tell you why that happens. Because we have this untold or unconscious belief that affirmation determines who we are. There's an unconscious belief. I'll tell you the truth. If you don't know who you are, if you don't first of all know who you are, any person can give you an identity that does not belong to you. The first, when we teach, I wanted to start, I've taken that time, I wanted to teach you the first thing, what I call grow. The first stage of growth is self-awareness. If you are not self-aware, you will never grow. Because I was saying to Mommy B, you must know what you are growing into. Do you know who you are? And nobody can tell you who you are. You are the only one who knows who you are. Nobody knows you like you. And that day you come to term on who you are, every other thing complements that knowledge. Every other thing should come. There are people I see, unnecessarily they are unruly. They are not unruly because they're supposed to be unruly. They are unruly because they cease to discover who they are. Have you found out that people who know themselves are very humble? Because they already know themselves, there is nothing to show. So sometimes when I give instructions, somebody flats the instruction without even any reason. I ignore you. You know why I ignore you? I just said to myself, if you know who you are, it's very easy to follow instructions. When you say, I like to do my own things, you know what you're saying, telling us, I do not yet know who I am. Because the moment you discover who you are, you become selfless. The first stage of growth is self-discovery. If you can't discover yourself, you'll be a copy, a picture of somebody else. That's what a copy is. A copy is a picture of somebody else. You see people and you become the photocopy of them. You will never be the original. You'll be black and white. Even if you're colored, you can't be the original. Now, the first stage of growth is self-awareness. You can't grow if you don't know you. Find out who you are. That's your distinct person. And when you find out who you are, you love that person so much that you will present what you have discovered to every other person. When I sit in a crowd, I am not hiding in the crowd. I am not intimidated in crowd. Nothing affects me in the crowd because I'm not comparing myself with anybody in the midst. Do you understand what I mean? Because comparing yourself will make you compete. Comparing yourself will make you compete. I know there are healthy competitions, but when you don't know who you are, you start comparing yourself. Let's assume Taylor is somebody who is not self-aware. Now, he will want to compare himself with Imade, which is never possible. in comparing himself with Imade, he will begin to compete with Imade because Imade is his yardstick. So he wants to do what Imade does, and he cannot do what Imade does. Rather, he will imitate what he does not understand Imade is doing. He will never get to doing it. He's a frustrated life because he has never found himself. He has never done anything for himself because everything he does is what he thinks will be right to Imade. There's a problem. You can grow. So these are the things, 3 things quickly, because there's something I want to teach in the next 30 minutes. These are the 3 things that will help you grow. The first thing to grow is to know who you are, because a seed will have to know what it is, to know what kind of ground that allows it to grow. There are things you can't plant in Ireland, they won't grow. Don't bother to grow, because why wouldn't you plant it in Ireland? Because you know what they are, and you know that Ireland will not aid their growth. So you discover who you are and know where you plant yourself. You discover who you are. That also helps you determine where you plant yourself. Where you plant yourself matters. When we say plant yourself, is this: the environment where you are determine how you grow. The environment. And what constitutes your environment? The place one. There are places where you cannot. I see people say, oh, because of my home, I could not do this. Because of my home, I could not do it. I said to them, it's not true. That is not, your home is the best place that God has planted you. How many of us saw on Sunday, and I liked what happened on Sunday, when on Sunday during Pastor's Appreciation Day, how many of us saw my mom speak in Igbo? My mom cannot speak in English because she's not educated, but go touch her children. So you find out that, you see, it didn't affect us. So you cannot say my home. You can't say my home. The moment you discover yourself, no matter that your home is the best place, is the starting, is the launching pad for you, is a great place. But outside of your home, every other place has to be your choice. The things that aid your growth is the place where you stay. That's what we call the planting. Anywhere you stay affects how you grow. When you find out that the place does not help you grow, you must not stay there. You must not stay there. There's something one of the guards said. Do you know something? Apart from where you stay, the place you stay constantly, do you know that your place of education shapes part of your life? And thank God for Terry, because before I came up, I was asking for Terry. Terry is one of a few outliners. There are a few outliners. Not everybody can be an outliner, and I believe that. I do not believe these days that there are a few people who had been created in certain ways, because we all have the same ability. The difference among us is when we land, how we land, opportunity to, and every one of you, you're under this atmosphere, you are planted here. You're planted here. So this place determines how you grow is one of the things. Do you know what education does? And you start education and you start school at the age of maybe 2.5 or 3.5 years, and everything that you are being taught, you are being prepared to gain information that will help you serve in an organization. So the day you are graduating, even before then you are applying for a job, which is not a bad thing. It has to be a launching pad. But Terry said he looked at it and asked himself, how long can I work for somebody? But that does not mean as an entrepreneur, when you are starting, you will not work for somebody. Because sometimes I will discuss certain things with you people, with you, that I need to say to you how certain things will do. But you see, second, there is a very important thing in growing. In growing, and this is where I'll end this, in growing, the people around you determines how you grow. Do you know when the farmer has planted a seed, a plant, a crop or something, the weed was not planted. And why would the farmer be very cautious of the weed? Because the weed struggles the nutrient with what is planted. So the farmer will make sure that he removes the weed. I promise you, a very good friend can become a weed to your growth. A very good friend. Have you ever noticed that certain people come into your life at a certain stage of your life? Have you ever noticed that? That certain people come into your life. Have you asked yourself, is this person supposed to be in my life at this time? It is a make or break. It's either the person aid your growth, and Terry talked about it, or the person stunts your growth. You will know, because you first of all know yourself, that this person in my life, imagine you're this person who, can we help me something? Somebody help me in one area, something you're very passionate about, and all of a sudden you do not have time to that thing again because the person is taking the time, weed that person out. If that thing that is profitable in your life, imagine Terry has a friend now who every time they engage, will watch TV, will do this, will do that, and you don't have time to spend on Devi in trying to create and know it. You know that person is a very good person, but it's a weed at that time for your seasons of growth, because growth is in seasons. Oh, you don't know that your best friend this year must not be your friend the next year based on your growth level. And this is what we say in growth. If it still fits, it means you are stagnated. If it still fits. You know a growing child, you don't spend money to buy expensive clothes for them. Why? They grow, they outgrow. So if it still fits, you're not growing. If I give my shoe to some of you now, the shoe will be too big. But there will be a time you get to the shoe be your size, or your leg is bigger than it. It is growth. So if it still fits. I was talking to a friend one time, and he has passed on. I won't say go to be the Lord, because I don't know if he's born again. But he has passed on. I don't know if he's born again before he died, so I can't say he has gone to be with the Lord. Not everybody went to be with the Lord. So I'm just passed on. And he called me, one time, and I saw him, all this with Generate Friends on Facebook, and I was happy when I saw him on Facebook. It's been very long, and I was excited. I even had to get his number, and I called him. The moment we spoke, I told my wife, I said, no. I said, this guy did not grow. Is it that he did not grow in age? He grew in age. He grew in stature. But what did he not grow to? All of a sudden, it couldn't fit. And the next time he called me, I didn't pick. The next time I blocked him on my phone, because I could not go back and start dealing with that. Not everybody is compatible to your stage of life. You will love people, and I'm going to go. You will love people, but watch who came into your life at when they came in. Watch if they are necessary for the stage where you are going to, not the stage where you are. I repeat. Watch if the person who just came into your life is necessary to where you are going to, not where you are. They could be compatible to where you are, not to where you're going to. You're already where you are. The next level of your life is where you are going to, and that must be your focus. Don't say you are accommodating somebody because of now. No, what of next time? And Terry was saying that very soon you'll find out that those who you used to associate with, you call them, they say they are busy. You know why? They grew. They grew. If it still fits, you never grew. If yesterday still fits, you never grew. So growth requires you creating an environment that is conducive for that growth. You create an environment. And that environment constitutes where you stay. That where you stay determines where you stay. Could be on your TV, on your iPad, on your phone. It all contribute to your growth. Then the people, like I see people, you all imagine. See, technology is good, but it could also be the destruction of great creativity, and it also be the announcement of great minds. One day I met one of my children playing Roadblock by 12 midnight. And I said to him, what are you doing? He said, playing with a friend. I said, your friends are useless and you are useless. And your parents are useless and their parents are useless. I told my children, I said, because they are members of our church doesn't mean they should be your friends. They could be your friends, but they shouldn't be. It's not necessary. Don't because you can't tell my child can tell me, we are going to S Square. I say, who are you going to with? He said, I'm going with Kimberly. I say, it doesn't matter if you are going with anybody. It doesn't matter who you're going. I rather you are going with. You are not going. Because the truth is this: We must understand, I can meet you in church and high five you. We can be in the same group and everything. But if you are not compatible to where I'm going to, I will not be going with you. Because if I allow you to stay, you'll be the weed. The worst thing to happen to any living human being is to regret tomorrow, yesterday. Regretting yesterday is a very painful thing because you can't do anything about it. But preparing for tomorrow is the greatest thing you can do for yourself because you can do something about it. Okay. How are we doing? It just, forget my, don't be bothered with my passion because I see, one of the things I see people just, sometimes you see people talk. You just say, you think, you rather pray that God make you dumb than you're just making noise. I know who I'll become. I say, no, you don't know who you will become because it's not by saying it. We can know who you become by what you know now, what you know, not what you're saying. We know what you are. Okay. I'm going to give you, this does not stay on, this is not the finite of this, but what can help us achieve that our desire, just a few things, and some of these things has been, what I'm actually going to say is what Terry, most of these principles, Terry, and I don't think Terry had heard me teach this. I've not taught this before. The first time I tried to introduce this was last week, and I was saying to Mommy B, I said in the fora where I was introducing it, I found out that I was speaking Latin to the fora. I know that this fora will be able to get it. If one or two people will get it, I want you to always say in your life, I will not be somebody who run with information. There are a lot of people just, you see, and maybe as I'm growing, I begin to understand when I tell people, I say, you will never see me just go study the Bible because I'm coming to preach and I will write out or no, I'm coming to preach. No, if I don't know it, I will not say it. Because most of the things we proud, you see somebody after you have preached all kind of things, when you do, we are looking at you. You are saying it and we are looking at you, we can't find it. How many of us, have you ever seen someone like that? This person is saying this thing. But if you look at their life, what they are saying, you can't find it. I mean, if you see somebody like that, why are you judging them? What is your problem? You are not meant to be looking at them. Look at yourself. The only person you should be looking at, and this is one, is that Blackberry? Blackberry. You know, one of the things I taught my children, if you tell me you want to get something because somebody else has it, you will never get it from me. If you tell me you want to go somewhere because other people are going there, you will never go there. But now they've all grown to adult. So I was saying to my bid idea, I said, now, this is the time me and you will be seeing the children we raised. No, this is the time. This is not the time you start shouting, Avi do this, Jessica do this, Ronnie do this. That time has passed. Now, what we see them do is what they have learned from us. And I'm marking them. The last day, yesterday, I brought 10, and I marked Avi 10 over 10. Not because I'm his father. Avi is one of the best existing young men I've seen. The only distraction he has is his roadblock friends. They all play roadblock, and one day I will pray, Father, blind all of them. They all play roadblock. That's the only problem I have with them. Any other thing, Avi is a fine young man doing all his bad things, thinking I don't know. We were once young. I was once young. It's not me, you fly. You know, as a pastor now, you can't fly over my head. Oh, I was in the young people. So you can't fool me. So I know those things. But I'm saying to you, there is nothing, whatever you hide is hiding you. Whatever you are saying, one day, the result will come out. I said to people, the book you say you are reading, on the day of your result, we'll see it. The one you are not doing, we'll see it. But let every result in your life become the result you deserve and you desire because you work towards it. So I'll quickly give us 5 things. Quickly write down the 5 things. Quickly give us 5 things I think if you apply in your life, it will help you achieve most of those 5 things you could, if you were taking note from what Terry was saying, you could have been able to glean the 5 things. The first one is this. What do you know? What you know. What you know. That's knowledge. We're not saying information. What you know. What can you do? The first one is, what do you know? That's knowledge. I'm not saying information. What do you know? The second one is, what can you do? That is skills. These are the things that will help you achieve that desired dream. What do you know? And I'm going to just take a few minutes to elaborate on them. The second one is, what can you do? The third one is, who do you know? You can see I said something, and that was part of my note. Do you know your network determines your net worth? And I'm giving you, I'll put for you how these things all work together. The first one is, what do you know? The second one is, what can you do? The third one is, who do you know? The fourth one is, what do you have? The fifth one is, what do people think of you? The fifth one is, what do people think of you? The first one is, what do you know? Knowledge. The second is, what can you do? Skills. The third one is, who do you know? Network. The fourth one is, what do you have? Resources. The fifth one is, what do people think of you? Reputation. Are we done? I want to beg young people, every time once in a while, go to somebody you see as a mentor, and I'll use this, I don't use it loosely, and say to them, what do you think of me? Remember, I started by saying self-knowledge matters. You first of all know who you are. Can some of you, sometimes I look at Mommy B and I say to Mommy B, you see this person, don't worry, leave this person. But the person will come, be jumping, but I can even applaud you. But have you ever asked me what I really think of you? Because what I think of you will determine where the area of my operation with you. I'll come to that in ending. So the first one is, what do you know? Knowledge. Now, why is this very important? Is this, no matter what you want to achieve in life, the first thing to do is to know that thing, not to have information about it, is to know it. You must spend time to learn whatever you want to achieve. Have enough knowledge, have real knowledge, have in-depth knowledge, seek knowledge in that area. Seek knowledge in that area and seek to be very proficient. And why that is important, it means when we say seek knowledge, we are not saying the knowledge, we say continually. In leadership, we say this, a leader is a learner and a learner is a leader. You will never stop learning in leadership. I posted something because I just launched my leadership academy. But that's not when, and most people are confused about what I mean by launching my leadership academy. Now, I've been doing that, but now I take it to another level and make it a service. And there are some people where I go to their church, they'll tell me, you will do leadership training, you will do this. I want to separate both, not with regard to the enumeration, no. But I want to make sure that I'm able to serve my generation, because I'm somebody who is passionate about leadership. If you've been with me, you know that I'm very passionate. I know that everything falls on leadership. See, a strong team with a weak leader will produce weakness. A weak team with a strong leader will produce strength. And in leadership, we say this, leaders are not those who are in charge. Leaders are those who take care of those who are in charge. Leaders are not, you see, many people we have are managers, they are not leaders. Tell me what to do, I'll do it well. No. Leaders do not do. Leaders inspire people to do. So because somebody is very good it will be a mistake that because Brachika has technological insight, knowledge of those things, will make him the leader of that department. You know that it will be a mistake if Brachika is not trained as a leader. Because his ability to create, to work on those things is different from his ability to manage, to inspire people to do their work. So leadership is about inspiring people, getting people to carry out the vision. Leaders don't carry out the vision. So this is the reason why I started the academy. Majority of what we do is this. When I found out that Beulah is very good in an area, Beulah can sing well, Beulah can do everything, I make her the head of the choir. That's a very wrong way of... being able to sing, know the song, doesn't make her a leader. Somebody who does not know how to sing can lead the choir, who can sing, and they will be a very good team. So from now on, we say, leadership is not talent. Gather talented people, bring a leader, he will use them to function well. The reason we are having problem in many departments is that we put people who can do the work to lead people to do the work. So you find them doing the work, struggling because they are not they are not trained to be leaders. They have expertise. If sports people, you find out many of the successful coaches never played the sport. So this is the reason why I started the academy. Because over time, this is how we raise leaders. Oh, this person is good in this. So for that reason, no, the leader is to lead people, not to do the work. Won't we have solved problem if we start doing this? That we could bring, which means our choir director must not know how to sing. Our technical director must not know how to do the technical thing. But when he comes, everybody in technical is functioning well because he knows how to take care of those people, how to motivate those people, how to inspire those people. And they'll be doing the work. They'll do it effectively. Effective leaders are not those who are capable in that particular thing, but capable in inspiring people to carry out a vision. They will be an effective leader. So when you see great leaders, what great leaders have is that being able to gather great people who are able to function properly. So next time you're looking for a leader, don't look for one who is talented in that area. Look for one who is able to inspire and enable people to carry out their work. But if you look at this is the reason why I started the Leadership Academy. So that we can solve this problem in organizations, in churches, is anywhere. The moment you think expertise is what makes a leader, then you have a problem. That is about people. Leadership is about people. If you put somebody who is an expert in things, will not allow anybody to do. Can people who are expert in things not be leaders? They will be, but train them. And don't place them until you train them. Terry said they are learning on the job. Is it not very far to learn on the job? Very hard to learn on the job. The worst thing to do is to learn on the job. How many of you will truly go for surgery and it will be brain surgery? And this neurosurgeon will come and say to you, "Hi, how are you?" Say, "My name is John." Say that I'm training. Many of you, first of all, you ask the surgeon, "Have you ever done this surgery before?" You say, "No." I'm the first person. You say, "I can't be the first." I can't be the first person. But you know, many of us, we allow people who don't understand leadership to lead in people for us. Why wouldn't we have a problem? Do you know a real leader doesn't make people to follow them? They inspire people that people start following them. People want to follow them. People want to do things because a real leader has a mate. A real leader knows what it takes. When you find out you are forcing people to do something, find what the problem is this. Your leadership has problem. Go back. But the good thing is that leadership is not a talent, it's a skill, so it can be learned. That's a good thing. Anybody who is willing to learn can be a great leader. Anybody who is willing. And it takes humility to take in those things and begin to apply those things to help you change the way you lead people. Many people we see now are not leaders. They are placeholders. But it's even wrong to have, I ask people, I say, why start a vision when there are no runners? Why start a vision where there is no runner? Because you have the vision doesn't mean you should start working. But many things are bet, not the day they were conceived. Waiting for the proper time to come, walking towards it. So the 5 things I gave us, can you echo it back to me again? The first one is, the second one is, the third one is, the fourth one is, and the fifth one is. So knowledge, acquiring knowledge must be a continuous thing. The reason why we must keep learning is that becoming obsolete is, in this day and age, becoming obsolete, what yesterday's knowledge is not enough for today's productivity. How many AI apps how many AI apps are operational now? How many? How many AI, young people, how many AI apps are operational now? But how many are operational? Huh? The ones that are operational that can even be, that doing, many are still in the purview. About 15 of them are very operational now, about 15. Creating different things. Creating different things. There are many of you, the other time we gathered people who are studying IT. We were not in church and we created, are you in that platform? Well, the reason why we do that, we want you to brainstorm. We want you to start thinking. We want you to have a community where you are able to help yourself, guide yourself, and being able to be afloat and in tune of what is happening. It will benefit the church, it will benefit the community. But you people need to, I was saying to my people today, I said, we've not really casted a vision and give leadership to you people so that you'll be able to do a lot of things. Do you know that our church is a young church? And this is my challenge. It will not be good for the church we are preaching on, we are the light of the world, to always play catch up to the world that we are supposed to be leading. You know why we play catch up? Because the church almost become the last to say this is the thing that God has profiled at this season. I don't want to read the Bible because I'm in the church. I want to make sure that if I'm teaching on these kind of things, I stay afloat. But I say something to you. Seasons, if you don't understand the season that you are in, you will not know the fruit that is required. It will help you not know what you are supposed to be doing at that time. We are in a time of information. Most of you have iPhones, you have every kind of thing you do. Sometimes I normally say to Javier, I say, when you play roadblock, if the people you are playing this thing with, which I don't have problem, thinking maturely, one day you people will stop and say, can we use this community to, we are playing something somebody has created, and the more we play it, these people, they gain something. Can we start thinking of something? But no, are you not surprised? This is what inspires somebody like me. When somebody produces something that get you addicted to it, it should make you start thinking, how did somebody create something that I am addicted to? It's only human. So what I'm saying is that if learning, I take, the reason why I push our social media department so much and this thing is because there's new things, there's easy things to use. There's easy things. There is no, these days, both our technical, our media, and social media, to make excuses. The excuses is because you don't want to learn. Because you're not learning. What you know yesterday, you know, and I normally say, except our bishop will say, is either you are dumb, you're blind, you're ignorant or something, for you not to see that something is happening. How many of us know that? I was asking mommy, all these things you create, has the social media come to ask you, how do you create it? As if they don't ask you, it means that we have problem with all of them. But the problem we have is that we're sitting them to teach them and say, is blood not running in your vein? Are you not inspired with something? All these things you see they create, is Mommy B that creates it. All these things you see, like this post, even for you to post becomes an issue. Why would you open your mouth and say, I serve in the social department? The common skills you don't have, not even the leadership is lacking, that is not a problem, but the common skill to phone. He's not carrying camera. Do you know why when people come here and you're snapping me, I send you out of, I say, go back. And I shouldn't be doing that. Don't do that again because I'll send you out. And we're online. I will always send you out. And I say, stop snapping me. It's because you people carry camera all over the church on Sunday. We don't see the picture. One day I was not in the country. Somebody called me, say, Reverend, I just want to call you. I know you are back to church. I say, how do you? He said, the picture you posted yesterday. I said, you know that picture is about 3 weeks or 4 weeks ago picture. I'm not even in the country. So that's why when you post, if I'm holding my, I say, take it out of my front. I'm not embarrassing you. I'm telling you that you are not competent. I cannot work with an incompetent person. If it's a company, I would have sacked you. God knows that. What's the reason of carrying camera? And you're snapping. We will not see the picture. It also portrays your life, your total life. You see, there's an easy way for your total life to be seen. You know how? In everything you do, your total life. Do you know as I speak and you see me preach as I lead, you know that in all, if you look at me, you will know the kind of person I am. Say, this is his life. Always, when something new comes up in your area of function, learn it. It keeps your value up. It makes you. One day I was saying to Brachika, I said, do you know, I don't understand your kind of person. You're quiet, though. Somebody will produce what you used to produce, and you will stay. You know you cannot work with Bishop like this. No, you can't be close to Big Daddy that way. No, you can't. You will never. How? No, if you produce what I'm already doing before. No, I come to meet you and say, what is this? Then I know that the reason why you are going to somebody else is because you have found somebody better than me. No, I have to. You used to come to me. My value is diminishing. People don't tell you that your value is diminishing. How many of us know that? People don't tell you that your value is diminishing. The only way they tell you is that what they used to come to you to, they go to somebody else. It is you that will make sure, as pastors, let me say this, as pastors, as anything. Do you know the church that used to invite you start inviting somebody else? You start thinking, what happened? There is a ministry I preach for. For the past, 13 years, they posted it. For the past 13 years, I've been ministering for them every year. And they give me, see how they give me, they say, give us the date that it is okay for you. Somebody who used to minister in that alongside has been dropped. One day asked me, he said, these people still invite you. Why don't they invite me? I said, because your value, your usefulness to them is over. But it's not joke. That is how. When the same thing you used to do, people now go to other people to do it. I tell you, yes, sometime it could be, but watch it. It only shows that you are not, that somebody else had valued you. That's the truth. And that is what will keep you learning and be on the cutting edge. I like our Father in the Lord. See, tomorrow we are trying to do catch up. He's 80. He will never preach a message that will not inspire you. He will never live a life that will not inspire you. Can I beg you, please, Kimberly? I'm not stopping you. Let it not be. I'm not stopping you. I say, let it not be one day somebody come and they had sang you and you are ready to be backing up and say, let them, when you are still breathing, you are already dead alive. Let it be no matter how great people become, you keep your value because you keep learning. In everything you do, don't take anything you do as small. Don't take it as nothing because that is what the value you have with people. Keep learning. I tell you, it doesn't matter what stage you are today, but keep learning. New things are coming. New things are open. Things are there. Keep learning. Keep learning. Any area where you want to see yourself on top, keep learning. You know, most people, when you can't learn, you quit. Many people quit and say, I have stopped because it's difficult. No, who says it to be easy? Even what you are passionate about, you still need to learn it. Keep learning. Put time. Terry said 10,000 hours. I can say to you, if you can give 1 hour every day to something you are passionate about, something you want to be proficient in, for 5 years you become a master in it. 1 hour every day. And you can say, I don't have 1 hour in 24 hours. You do have. Find that 1 hour. Spend time in studying it, in knowing it. Find out the new things that has come up. Find out the things to add. And the easiest way to learn what you do is to learn from others. I'll show you something. And I began to teach the choir recently. I said, you can never become a great choir if you don't watch other choir. Please start watching other choir. Just start watching them. See, because we can still be doing what we do in 1960. When people are doing in this. Yeah, I just be saying, and the church will be applauding you and everything. I was watching one of the evening, and I'm just saying this because of the audience, watching one of our big cameramen and technical. Do you even watch? Do you watch services after you've gone out of this place? It shows you don't, because there was a service where I was on the. We have 2 cameras. I was on the altar talking to the usher. The camera person move, and they were singing. The camera person moved with me, where I was going to be talking to somebody privately. The camera person moved with me. One thing is this, it's not even, if the camera person is moving with me, why not the operator there change the screen? You cannot improve your life if you do not evaluate your life. Improvement is constant evaluation. Tell yourself the truth. This thing you don't have time. You go there, you will sleep, you will do this. Is what will make you redundant. Too early. Too early. Too early. When people are not seeing your improvement, people are not coming. See, it will help you to know that the day you stop learning, you become stagnated. When you don't see people you are ahead of, behind you anymore, look forward, they are ahead of you, they have moved. It's only a failure that will be okay where you used to be useful. Just imagine the ancestor as the admin. And the ancestor found out that I've moved every of the admin stuff from her. She still occupies the admin to somebody else. It doesn't bother her. You know what bothers me? What bothers me is, why is she not worried? And what kind of person? How can this person not be worried that the duties have been not for anything? The duties, you are not worried. I'll be worried because it shows me that you are not somebody who is moving forward. You should be worried as it won't happen. Where, in what area am I not? I promise you, it is not in comparison. If you will not take what you get from it to another person and I'll rest, no, you won't. No, you won't. No, you won't. No, you won't. Oh, no, you won't. No, you won't. I will do whatever it takes to be that relevant because I know that's the only thing that keeps life on. Learn. Learn from people. Learn from anywhere. Learn wherever you want to learn. You get better. Divine earning cannot be. The knowledge cannot only come from what people learn. You have to learn from other people. Mentorship doesn't mean you'll be proximate to your mentor. Mentor can be very far. You're just gleaning from them. If I tell you who I learned leadership from, you'll be shocked. I've never met the person. But I've learned so much. Apart from my father in the Lord. So what you know is what. Secondly, we call skills or what you can do. If you cannot translate the knowledge you have into skills, it is not yet knowledge. People don't see it when you know it. They see it when you do it. What can you do? What? People don't see it because you know it. They see it because you do it. They don't see it because you know it. So you must translate your knowledge into skills for it to become valuable. So you must be able to translate every knowledge you have must be translated into skills. And that's what Divine Earning is doing. They are putting to work what they know and everything. And I'll just get, please put to work what you know. I'm a great footballer. We want to see it on the pitch. I'm a great basketballer. We want to see it in the court. I'm a great speaker. I want to see it. Not that you say to us 5 of excelling and we don't see you practice those things. We want to see everything you do. We want to see it. I was saying to my baby this morning, I say you are an entrepreneur. So that, and you don't stop thinking, don't you think, that is how you think. Everything for you, you have curated as business, Google, you have done it. I said, that's fine. But the thing is that you must also begin to learn everything and put into practice. So everything you know must be translated to knowledge. You have often heard me say, English is easy. Don't come and start speaking English for me. Put action to your English. Put action to your English. Not can't disturb us with a lot of words and everything. Put action. Don't tell people to come and you sit down. When you say come, be the first to arrive. Should I repeat that? When you say come, be first to arrive. If not, what you have said will begin to judge you. Put words, put action to your words. The third one is this, very relevant, is build what? Network. Build what? Network. The more people, and that's where Terry, the reason why we're using you is that you are the first person who had publicly say you people have launched a business, you know. The more people that know what you know and what you can do, the better it is for you. Remember, people are not much interested in what you know. They want to see you do what you know. Your network is the first thing you build. Don't think of wealth. Think of network. The problem with the African man is that every time African man is thinking of money, but do not know how the money comes. Every time, that is why sometimes you even have to give out what you do for free, so that people will know you do it first. It's not where you start gaining the sources will come. Give. That's why you see some organizations, when they bring out something, they bring it out for free. You know, you think you are on all this social media on free. You are not on free. You are not free. You think it starts by free until you get to a place where you find you'll be paying more than when it was free. But if they had put, there are things, if they put €5, you will not. How many of us know that? There are some apps, if they had said it's €2, you will not buy it. But when they gave it for free, you went in. When you saw the usefulness, you could buy €20. The first thing you will build as a human being is network. Build network. And in building network, can I say to you this? Nobody must leave your network. Nobody must leave your network. Stop having quarrel with people and delete them from your network. Keep them in your network. African people, keep people in your network. Europeans, keep people in your network. Because I'm tired of this kind of thing. Tomorrow, you are not talking to A, and because you're not talking to A, you are A is needful. You see, A is very... The reason why you met A in your life is that A is part of the building block of your network. We could have misunderstanding. We could have everything, but make sure that anyone who enters your network must remain in your network. Much more than that, build what? Your network. For people who do business and everything, you run. And thank God for the social media. Thank God for LinkedIn. LinkedIn has a way of connecting you to people of like mind. And Terry was saying, and I don't think it's true that you don't have startups. You see, in going for seminars of startup doesn't mean they will be in your line. Once it is a seminar for startup, everybody is in the same. Startup is startup. The information passed on to startups is the same thing. The resources available to startups is the same thing. So you go to those seminars, you begin to tell people about, you see, the truth is that the more people that know what you do, the wider your circle is. The person who will introduce you to where you want to get to might not be somebody who you call every day on the phone, but somebody who has knowledge of what you do. Build network. Make sure your network keep growing as you grow. Your network keep growing as you grow. Your network, even in your, you know, like I was into maybe I say, The young people, they don't invite people to their program. They say they don't have friends. Why? Everybody in your school should be your friend by now. Not mean that you're hanging out with them. No. The reason why you are in the school of 18,000 people is that 18,000 people will be your friend. There are 18,000 people. I ran an election. I ran an election in college and I won. You know how I won? Because I built a network making sure that everybody in that college know me. You are my network. You are my network. You cannot bury your head in the sand and go to class only, or you go to work. No, I'm not saying be everybody's friend, but just make up your mind that because you understand the effect of network, you know how to network. Go into a space. That's why we need to break timidity. The only person I've seen who stands out to talk to people, greet people, is Olivia. Sorry, I'm using Olivia. Olivia, even when Olivia came to this church the first time, Olivia approached me. That's when I know, Olivia, you will go places. As if Olivia can approach somebody like me and talk to me, ask me certain questions. I just said to her, I said, this young lady, it will be great. You are in a place, and like maybe you go to a seminar and they tell you that the person who came to speak there is, let's just use maybe Mike Zuckerberg or anything, and they finish speaking. Sir, Connor, Mike Zuckerberg, hi, good afternoon, how are you? How is everything? He doesn't have time because his people will not allow you. How was it when you started? Because he came to speak to startups. How was it? You brought memory back. You'll be shocked. You'll be shocked that will interest him or her to just say this person is somebody who wants to go somewhere. I read of a man who said that what he did in growing up, he will look for people who are where he wants to go to. He will take them out for lunch. He doesn't have money to buy for himself. He will only buy for them. While they are eating, he's only asking them questions. He doesn't have enough money to buy for himself. He just wants to stay and discuss with them because he knows he will learn some things from them. Build network. And anybody who seemed to be a person of influence, who met you and you were able to ask them questions with regard to what they do, will never forget you. Build network to help you. Now, when you have built network, you will find out that all your resources, that's what you have, all resources comes from your network. Not basically many of us have marketable skills, but we can't sell it because we don't have the network in selling it. We have abilities, we have things. I remember the first time Brachika created website for TREM House of Mercy. Do you know that almost all the churches in Ireland, not even Galway, wanted him to create website for him? You know why? You know why that happened? Because the first thing we did, when we came to Ireland, we built network. You'll be shocked what we did to some people. We just go to your church, we look we do, I won't tell you what we do. We did a lot of things with people. Because we knew that we needed that level of affiliation to get to where you must build network. And it is your network that draws your resources. That's what you have. Then the last one I'm going to do, I finished now. I know you people have program is, the last thing is this one, many of us have not taken into cognizance, and I think we should, is what people think about you. That is not in the person who you are, is in the reputation you have with people. Many of us, and I'm looking at us, we don't know that reputation matters. There are many young people here, even me as a person, I will not want to approach you because you are very rude. Do you know it's very easy for the Andy to say to me, who would I send? I'll say, don't send this young man, he's very rude. Reputation. There are some people here now. I love you, but to me, I wouldn't allow you to stay in my space for too long, but you are rude. Reputation matters. Now, if there's something I need to pass on, would I, based on my experience, would I look at you and say, oh, it's not being shy. There's a difference between being, Desmond is shy, but Desmond is a lovely person. How many of us know that? Oh, he's shy, so it's different. But there are people I can tell you, it's not being shy, the person is rude. Obviously rude to everybody. So those are the things. Your reputation matters. There are people who are very flippant. where if you're discussing something, you don't want to discuss it around them because they would take it. There was a time something happened in the church here, and Ronnie called me. Ronnie called the mom and said, there's something pastor did and everything. I said when that thing happened, it was only Jessica, Avi, and a few young people who were here. I told Mommy B, I said, it doesn't matter what happened. That was on 31st December. I said, do you know it was very wrong? A child sees something, takes it, when it has to do with me. I called Jessica and Avi. I said, listen to me. It's not, what was it? I quarreled with a young child. I'm a father, even if I beat the person. But I won't beat people. Even if maybe Yaniv gets wrong in this church, I slap Yaniv. And you know I'm not at wrong. I can't be wrong, first of all. It's not something to be discussed. I will not slap Yaniv because I will restrain myself. But if I'm asking you as a father, if Yaniv go wrong, should I not beat, let's say, discipline him? Is it something to be talked about? If not the way I handled it, talk. And I said to Ronnie, I said, whoever told you, call the person and tell the person. Growing up in life, watch what you say. It could be the only thing that tomorrow, when Ronnie wants to do something, he won't tell you because see, my younger brother, our last born, there's something he said to me. So one day something happened and I was asking him, he didn't say. I asked him, I said, why is it that I've known you that, and somebody made that comment about him yesterday. This is my younger brother. He said, do you know if you hand over something to him, it's like you have buried it. He's not somebody who speaks about things. I said to him, I've noticed you don't just talk about people. You stay around me. Some things you're supposed to tell me. He said, my dad said something to him. He said, the only way we will know that you are a trustworthy person is when you are discreet with what you say. Because it now determines what space you are allowed to stay. Because it's just like me and Mombi, we are driving home. If Jessica and Avi in the car, we shouldn't be afraid to have discussion. Not fearing that our children will take it. So when we're talking about reputation, you might be talking about now, as a young person, as even anybody, how do people perceive you? Are you somebody they perceive as being rude? Are you somebody they perceive as being flippant? Are you somebody they perceive as not being cautious? Are you somebody looking at what is your disposition with people? It determines how people recommend you. It determines how people recommend you. It determines. It determines how people, because that is why everywhere you want to work, people want referrers. Who is able to sign and say, this person, I can sign my name behind their reputation. This is one thing I've said to people you not know. The level where you are now, people don't know you. When people start knowing you, what they want to know you is what you're able to do. That's what people care as you begin to grow. What you're able to do is what motivates people. When there's a height you get to, nobody's interested in what you're able to do, what you know. You know what they're interested about? Who you are. That is why most leaders, the only thing people are, who are you? Somebody's running for presidency. Nobody's talking about the office. They're talking about the person. Why? Because there's a height you get to in life. What people's interest is what your person, not what you do. So when sometimes you see that men of God are being slandered in social media, is what it should be. Because nobody's interested in what you do because you've got to a height where it is your reputation that matters. We will all get there. We will all get to that level. And that's why we watch out on our life. How do I present? What will people say? Not, people can always say negatively, but truthfully, what kind of person, it's easy to define me. My definition is this person who never smiles? Me and Kimberly, we're from the same tribe in that. We don't smile. But our heart is good. Is our heart not good? Very good. On Pastor Appreciation Day, where they were saying everything about me, they bring the camera for my face. My face is straight. And you'll be wondering, what is the issue? But the real truth, I'm more happy than Mommy B that he smiled. Do you know, this is not joke. I'm afraid of most of the people who smile easily. Ask Mommy B. In the private, I'm the one fighting for you people. She's killing you people. But I know people who smile. They are the worst stealing, but they smile to everybody. I'm not saying it's not good to smile. You see what I mean? But it's easy to see me say, his disposition is very serious and everything. But that's a definition. But there's one thing you always say about me. I'm very focused and very disciplined. You can't take that out of me. I don't tell you something I'm not willing to do, and I'm not doing, I'm not pushing to do. I'm not that kind of person. So if you want somebody who will focus and who will put discipline, even if I don't have great result, but my reputation will speak for me. That he's disciplined, he's diligent in what he do. He will put his mind. Can we commit something into your hand and say you will be diligent about it? There's a level you will get to, young people, that your reputation becomes the only thing that stands for you, not what you are able to do. That's why you must be conscious in building. Thank you very much.
Firstly, thank you very much, Reverend, for teaching us on leadership. I have two questions, and they kind of run into each other. The first one is, you mentioned like networking in college to get your position. So my question is, do you still have connections with the people you networked with in college, and how did you maintain those connections?
Yes. Network, one thing I've always said to people is this: your network must never, don't break it no matter where. People go anywhere. No. When Moimbi was running for office, one of the guys who was more of the representative, we served together. He didn't even serve in any idea. He served in ATU. But the moment he saw me, when we were talking, we found out that one of the girls who served as the national president of Student Union Ireland served with me. You see how people place go. By the time there was a law firm Mom Bibi went to. Even if that day they were so busy, by the time we saw a young girl who she told me, how are you? She would have taken that thing into that place. So what do you do is a part-time. You either find them in LinkedIn, you find them anywhere, you send them. Their birthday will always pop up. Something will pop up. You'll be somebody who always constantly keep in touch. Because one day you'll be entering a place, and that is one of the things. You either find somebody or somebody will find you. And do look at what the lady said to the farm. Oh, this is the same person who both of us, not just that we schooled together, both of us represented Ireland. That word, that farm would have done for me what I wanted to do because I represented the nation in law. And that was that's the first thing she just said. Networking matters. It doesn't matter. And can I say this in networking? Not only college. No matter what level you meet people. That's why as a pastor, sometimes I normally say to my MB, it pains when people leave church. They think that we are quarreling. No, don't cut connection. You left church. You could leave church, but you cannot cut from me. I'm still valuable to you. I'm still very valuable. You can't. It might pain me the day you left, but keep it so much because it helps, it works for you. There's this culture we do. Little thing, you are quarreling, little thing, you delete yourself from one number, you do this. It will be so hard when you need that interest. If you burn a bridge, you have to be an engineer to rebuild it. And God help you is the bridge that was built on water. There are many bridges that are built on water. So you stay in touch in any way. Stay in touch. Don't lose, because your network so matters. Networking, we've preached it in the human resource. People are so valuable. The greatest wealth you will get is human being. Okay, the second one.
The second question is, at the beginning you spoke about people around you being weeds that need to be rooted out. How do you, like, because you're also speaking about not completely cutting people off. So how do you respectfully leave a friend that that doesn't really fit? It's not really helping you further your growth, considering that you shouldn't completely cut them off.
Okay. Simple. If it's every time I'm chatting on the phone with you, I won't be chatting again. I'm busy. I'm playing roadblock with you. Yeah. You guys sign up now. We are playing roadblocks. I'm trying to deal on this thing. It takes discipline to do that. You see, that's what I said to you. It's easy to form those of us who went through my masterclass, I taught you on how to break habits. Do it from little things. Like the other day, Moimbi said to me, on a Sunday, it doesn't make anything on Sunday. She was sitting down in the sitting room and a movie came up that she loved. But there was something that she needed to, she said, I just off the movie and I went upstairs. It takes discipline to do that. To say, okay, to say no. See, I've always told my baby, I say, one of the things I will not do, I will not run out of money. If I have the remaining 20 euro in my account, and Moimbi come and say, I can't. You won't die. You won't die. But there are people, hey, Brother John just came, you need to do that's you can't do. You are not disciplined. There's a problem with you. Because you see, Brother John has about 5 people he wants to ask the money, but the first of all started with you. Oh, have you ever had people say, you are the only one I have? I say, it's not true. I know it can't be. You have God. You have other people. Oh, if you don't do it for me, if you don't go with me, no, I won't. So the thing is this. How do you do that? You stop that continuous and conscious, because see how you know that somebody is a weed in your life, no matter how it is that when anybody takes the space of what is important, really important in your life at that time, and you will waste because it's a wasted time. I'm not saying sometimes you will spend some time. Some people have come to visit us, I'm not going to mention them. They will come to our house, they will stay, and at the time of the stay, I will get up, I will leave them. Not rudely, because there is an appointment I have later. If I stay with them, by the time they leave, I'm not able to do what I need to do. So I'll humbly tell them, I have to go to bed by 8 o'clock, but you can stay. They'll stay and I'll go. They understand that. But do you know, I've seen many people who say, I was about to go pray when Deaconess Esther came, and we began to talk to this. If you came when I was about to pray, you have done prayer meeting. No, I'm not joking. No. So we pray. By the time we finish praying, the next day you'll be asking me, is it your prayer time? So that will not come. I was just going to church when that family came to visit me. The family know you are not serious. That's why they will come on Sunday morning to visit you, and you didn't bring them to church. We now stayed back. I had to make dinner for them and everything. And somebody might watch you and say, visit church. But it's not most about church. It shows your life. It shows how undisciplined. Can you just wake up in the morning and Kimberly drive to your house and say, let's go to Dublin, and you will go? First of all, I will fault your mom, fault your dad, fault everybody in your house and say, you didn't have that prior plan, except there's an emergency and it has to be duly discussed. Not it's just, not even coming. People you pray from window. There's not, where? Say Dublin. Just come say, I'm going to Dublin. When did you plan it? Say, I didn't plan it. So why are you going? So which means you did not have previous plan of your life. He says, yes, I plan to wash my clothes, to clean my room, to do this. You see, what I'm saying is this. There's a way to fend somebody away without them knowing that when I started college, we used to be about 5 of us that used to go read together. And we found out that when we go, there's this one of us who would talk for 1 hour. When we started, where we are reading, the person didn't know. By the time he discovered we were reading, he said, it looked as if people are hiding from me. We didn't answer him, so you know the answer. That's your question. 30.
Sorry, my own is not a question. It's I needed Reverend to throw more light on something he said, not because of me, but
you are the light of the throw more light on. Rajika, you put on more light.
No,
Go on.
You know, I saw it as a blanket word, kind of. For some people, it might be. It's when you said you need to discover yourself. How do
we discover ourselves?
Yes. That's a way I want you to, you know. It's not for me. I discover my body.
I know.
It's just something that.
Okay. Would self-discovery is a whole, and just using that, and you're right. If I'm going to do these things are topics, and we will do again where we'll teach our people how to discover, know that know who they are, and be confident and comfortable with who they are. Is very fine. You see, that would take a long time, but I can show you the indices of that shows that you are still the person is still struggling with self-awareness. You know, have you ever met people who sometimes say somebody insult you, even when somebody talk to you, say they will insult you. No, they won't insult you. It's not. I know who I am. It's not. No matter what you tell me, don't insult me. You know what I mean? I remember one day I was traveling. We traveled. Yeah, we traveled. It was me and Mommy B, and the car rental they were really bad. They were really bad. Not only that they wasted our time at the airport. When we got there, the young man on the counter was so nasty. I say nasty is not part one. Overstatement. By the time we finished taking the car, we left. Maybe he said to me, "Did you not see how that guy was?" I said, "No." He was shocked. I said, "See how was it not nasty? He was. Did I say no?" It was just because if you have not come to self-aware, you'll be thinking he's treating you that way because of you find a lot of, you look for a lot of things that made him treat you that way. No, the person is just having a bad day. As beautiful as I am, I've crossed certain places where they will stop me that I would have said they are stopping me because of my color. Not true. It's just a random check, and all of a sudden it was you who fell. I won't forget one day I was traveling within the European nation, and I put in my passport. You know, like when you go to the European citizens go, and I went through that. I put in my passport, and the gate opened, and the man sitting at the counter still called me to look at my passport. Now, but he did not call us. Why do you think he did that? Why do you think he did that? Because oftentimes, maybe people of my kind use fake one to cross and everything. So he wants to be sure it's scanned. But I wouldn't feel anyhow. It's not me. It's not me. It has to be a conscious. That's why when people treat you, the way they treat you, it is not what they treat you, it is who they are. They just show who you showed you. It wouldn't disturb you. When you don't know yourself, most of the times you struggle to be seen. You will struggle to do. When you go before great people, you want them to notice you. Oh God, you begin to do a lot of things. When you are in it makes you do, it is tiring. But when you know yourself, you present yourself and people receive you. And those who cannot receive you, somebody went to do an interview in a place and they sent him, we regret to announce that. So he replied them, said, "Thank you very much, you just missed one of it." Self-transformed. Do you understand what I mean? Instead of going to feel bad that they didn't, he just sent them back. As I said, say thank you for your letter, but I regret. It's just that you missed somebody, one of the greatest people that would have just, but you couldn't see it. And I hope any day I am having any lecture to teach on how to see greatness, I would like to teach your team how to see greatness. Do you not know that the HRO will hide that letter? So know yourself, you present yourself. Any other question? I'll do a class on teaching on how to know who you are, because it's very important in the young people. Very important. That is why most of us, you find out young boys are growing, they behave the way they behave. Young girls are growing, they behave the way they behave. Some of a little thing happened to you, you're no longer confident of yourself. You have some people at the age of 16, you are using all kind of powder to paint your face. You look like a masquerade when you come out because you're not sure how you look. No, you see, it has. If you don't know how you look, nobody will ever see it. I'm not saying those things are bad, but I'm saying some things, some of the pressure we put ourselves on is just lack of self-awareness. When you know yourself, it's very easy to live. Any other? Yes. Go on. Okay, you've done. Okay, go. The sister. We'll have a class on that later.
Thank you very much, sir, for the teaching. I wanted to take you back a bit on the savings. You say you don't believe in savings, even though in the...
What I believe in is investment, not savings.
Okay, I know, because the young people have your ear, sir. That's why I'm bringing it back. You have the young people's ear. If you believe in investment, and they can as well start believing in investment, but there is a before the investment, which will definitely involve having to put something aside to be able to invest. So how can you please explain these two?
Okay.
Savings, investment. You cannot invest without savings.
No, you can invest without savings. This is one thing. This is the culture that we have grown up, and this is the culture that is known. You can invest €5. You can invest €5. So why not we teach people from today and say the money you want to save, put it in investment. Because there are certain investments, if you want to take it, you take it that day you want to take it. Don't even, wait. We will now teach you, what you will now say, can we teach you where to put it? There are a lot of ETFs you put your money on. Instead of putting your money in, see, I know that anybody who has a bank mindset and everything will want to question and say, why not I put it for rainy day? If you put your money in ETFs and put it in accumulative, the day you want to take it, the way you take your savings is the way you even take it. And ETFs don't go down because it is a combination of a lot of companies. Do we not start teaching people now? And say, if every day I have a €20, that from every day I earn my income, I would put €20 in a savings account. I would rather we find a way. And I'll do this. Revolut did not pay me. I know this is live. As simple as Revolut is, you can go up into your Revolut app and look for that investment and take up an ETF. And I will say to you, you live in Europe, take a European ETF and you put that €20 every time. You will not be paid. You will not be charged. If you do the American one, that's why you'll be taxed. But the European, you will not be taxed. And put that €20. Let it be your culture of saving. Let it be your savings account. I know it's arguable. The day you want to take it, you will still take it like you're taking the savings. I have somebody, I still spoke to the person. The person said to me, he said, do you know their family income that they have a particular amount of money they put on ETF every month and everything. I'm not telling you, it's something I also do as well. There was a time when we needed money. I pulled out a certain amount of money and I gave her. The reason why I'm able to do that is because I have it in that ETF and I do it constantly. I learned something. I do accumulative ETF. We can teach on that. Terry can teach better. I learned it from them. What accumulative ETF is, instead of you getting the dividend, it accumulates that way because it's not something, it's basically, it's your savings. You call it savings. You're not going to touch it. It doesn't go down. ETFs don't, it's not like the kind of stock that goes down. It's a accumulation of companies. It's like S&P 500. It's like S&P 500. That's what we're talking about. S&P 500 or don't do when they'll give you nitty-gritty. For instead of putting that savings that they do not charge you and the bank, what you check is this. We want you to be financial. The finance man have come to teach you something. He did not tell you, he said he will stand our scope. He didn't tell you that if you put your money in an investment account, this is the percentage. If you put your money in savings account, sir, even if they are giving you percentage. It's not the percentage that makes any meaning. I have money that I put. I'll just use this in myself. Oh, if you talk the money you put somewhere where your wife is, you know it's a problem. I have ETF that I put somewhere in my account, and the money that is there is 700 euro, and the accumulation is 91 euro. So now that 700 euro had become 791. This thing is not up to 6 months. No bank will give you 91 euro in 700 euro in 6 months. This is how I save. When you give me 100 euro, I take 20 euro, I put here, is my savings. You can't put 700 euro in a bank and you will get 90 euro in 6 months. I'm not so much even, if I remove that 700 euro now, it won't charge me anything because it's in European ETF. So, I'm not a financial expert. I'm not a financial expert. But from the little I know, I've learned, savings account is giving the bank money to run. There are many of you, be shocked, people who have 20,000 in savings account. And because you save, you get to the bank, they'll give you the money. The same thing, it is an instant. That I told my mom, I said, I'll give you this money today. That same thing, I just go. She knows how to do it. That same thing, just go, withdraw. I'm just showing you this as an example. I'm not saying go into stock investment. I'm not saying buy stock. I'm just saying to you, there is a better way. The one I'm using is what I'm saying to you. So if I have my option to stand and say to people, and I'm very cautious because I say I have their ear. Of course, that's the reason why I'll first of all do my due diligence. Did I say it's wrong to put in the savings? I say that is not the right way to save money. Because if your money is not working for you, then that money is working for somebody else. You've just heard now that the savings, they will not charge you anything on the day you're going to take the money. No, they won't charge you because it's savings. On the day you put 10,000, you want to withdraw it, the test is 9,950. Say what? Say 50 euro is the one that they used to, that's the reason they used to hold it for you, that the bank is not open for you. But I'm showing you where you put your money. It will be increasing. Even if it does not increase. So the best way to save is investment, and is a cautious investment. Why you are hearing fintech. Do we even understand what fintech is? And the normal banks do not want to. They are afraid of the way fintechs are going, because these fintechs are the ones who have removed banking from normal thing. It is called, Revolut is part of fintech. What's that, your people? And all kind of things. And I wanted to say to people can even look at creating it. Don't worry, I have to tell you. You know, if you go to, yes, we finished. But okay. Go to the next, yeah.
No, sir, you just explained it, because it was like a nugget. You did not open it.
Yeah.
You believe in savings, just that the avenue you believe in is true.
I say
ETFs.
investment. I say investment. I don't believe in carrying
investment.
Yes.
So you believe in savings. Oh no. So I just want to
no.
Thank you, sir. You clear that.
I don't believe you put the money in one stock, one place. You invest what you call savings. Somebody said I created savings account in my Revolut. I say, why? You create investment account. That's what your savings is, not savings account. Change it. Meet Terry. Pay Terry, and you'll be collecting consultant fee. Pay Terry to teach you on how to change from the normal putting your money. Even if you want to, that your project money, put it in ETF. Put it there. It's not the risk. Even if you see it says to you, it is not the risk. It is not a high risk. It's only when you want to put it in crypto, you want to steal there. You want that ones are volatile. You want to buy, even if you're buying certain shells, there's even ways to buy shells these days that is very flexible, that you can sell. You can always put your money where your money begin to work. There's a lot of it's come down to the street. It's come down to things goes down. It begin to trickle down into the community. So these things now, investment system because of technology has gone into this thing has gone into communities. No longer in the hands of experts. Anybody can do it from anywhere. Conference of their home. Okay. Is that the last question? Okay. Thank you very much. I'm sorry for the time. I know people have program, but I'm sorry. I'm not sorry because I didn't take your time. You took my time. I hope we are blessed. Okay.
Thank you, sir. And I believe that everyone that has spoken today has spoken to us, and I hope we're listening. I don't believe, no offense, I know that everybody say young people, when you sit down, you have this. No. If you're really out in the market, out there, your level of assimilation has to increase. You have to, because it's competitive, whether you like it or not. And you don't have to always have games. You don't have to always have something that make you happy. No. Information is serious and is really, really on high stake right now. So we are getting it for free. We want to thank God for everyone that has. Yes, sir, they're getting it for free. I want to thank God for everyone that has spoken. The guards came and encouraged you. The financial man came, and Reverend has given us and rounded us up with leadership. Please take this, and may God help you, all of us, in Jesus' name. So we'll see you next year. Next year, we are going to do better, go bigger, in Jesus' name. Father, I want to thank you for gathering us today. We declare in the name of Jesus, no knowledge gained here will be lost. In Jesus' name, we go in peace. The grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, the love of God, and the sweet fellowship of the Holy Spirit rest and abide with us now and forevermore. In Jesus' name, amen. Thank you all.